The Gerhard piece in here is pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, there's hidden gems, man. There's hidden gems, you know,
I
introducing
can't believe
kids to
that's how
Seth.
Cerebus worked. You know, like that picture, that the example that he uses, where it's like,
Save it, Jimmy.
it's like Sim has, you know, space in mind, but doesn't really draw much of anything for that space. So weird.
It really is the manga setup.
It would be cool to see like a Cerebus issue with Dave Sim's part,
Yeah.
and then see the finished issue, because it's just floating figures and stuff.
Right. Well, that's the cool thing, because there's a picture plane.
Yeah.
So it's not really floating. They're rooted, but
barely, and then like
letting Gerhard earn his check.
yeah, but like those figures will be like responding to the environment, you know, like hunched away from something or whatever, but the something isn't really there. It's like maybe a box. The Wizard Fan Awards are ludicrous.
All right, Jimmy, it's going to the Kings right now,
Excellent.
and then I'm just going to email it to us.
Good morning, everybody. I was looking for a the Santa hat to wear for our recordings today, and I don't have one of those, but I'm in the Christmas spirit.
Yeah, I feel like we got to get on that more
Yeah.
for the channel, and the fact that our for some reason this ain't working. The fact that our like the anniversary is technically remember the 5th of November. Like I feel like we should have 2 Guy Fawkes masks, like 2 V for Vendetta masks. It's about the stream.
Yeah, something seems funny on my end too.
Morning, guys. About to email it. All right. Yeah, ain't nothing we can do about it. We'll let it go as much as possible. If it cuts out, many apologies. But yeah, it says it's not receiving good video. You know what? I'll run that wire from the thing to the computer, and maybe that'll help.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Hopefully we'll get the this choppiness ironed out. We're gonna hardwire it here. That might fix it. Hope everybody had a good week. If you watched our live, you heard our recap from the big Applecon, which was awesome and overwhelming. A lot of sleeping since then, but great weekend. A lot of fun, like an old school show that we used to do, where you'd get in and out in the same day,
and also just the
drive all
vibes of
night.
it, you know, like church ballroom. I mean, hotel ballroom, all comic centric. I mean, they had the cosplay, but they had cosplay at Phil Sewing cons, you know.
You know what? They said that, and I think they had like one of their rooms was like a cosplay contest or whatever. I don't remember seeing cosplay. I'm sure there was some there, but
No, I mean, there are those exhibitionists that don't care about comics, so they all just hang out in the cosplay room.
hey, Jabba, I'm mad at you. I saw you sell some early Deadline magazines. If you get any more surplus of Deadline magazines, please let me know before you let those go.
Kick that light on.
Deadline magazines I never see, ever.
No.
It's because they're that A4
Yeah.
or A6 or whatever size it is where they stick out of the box by like a 3/8 of an inch.
Is West Coast Avengers in here?
Yes.
Hey Dave, man, I feel like I'm seeing it on eBay, and I've seen it for years at this point, and it hasn't sold, but it's every 2000 AD Prague to present for like $2,500 in good to very good condition.
$2,500 does not seem outrageous.
You got to pay for shipping from
Oh, yeah.
London as well.
How many boxes must that
Yeah.
be?
And
That'd
they
be like
said
your mad collection.
it might be another $1,000
Yeah.
for shipping, but still $3,500 for 2,000 Pragues.
Wow.
But I seem to have some money to burn, right? And I'm like, man, I've been looking at it for years.
That's incredible.
And
I
there's
can't
two
believe
collections of it. Like there's one, I guess maybe the Pragues are in a little better condition, and it's a little more expensive from the same seller. But I feel like if you were in hard times and you were parsing it out, like number 2 is probably worth $1,500. That's the first appearance of Judge Dredd.
Wow. That's such an interesting run of comics. Like it would never in my mind occur to me that like, oh yeah, you could possibly have the whole run.
Right.
Like a weekly series that's been going that long, and so much of it's on the newsprint. Like you gotta imagine not much of that has survived, especially in good shape.
Right. You know what's kind of fresh about this shit too, dude? Well, I don't know if it'll work with Filmic. No, I guess it won't.
What's that?
There's like a button that like widens out the lens, like it pushes back further, but it doesn't work with Filmic, I don't think. And it's artificial. It creates that kind of like a 5-point perspective, fisheye kind of thing.
Jabba, yeah, 2000 AD. It's as old as me. We're getting to that age where it's no fun to think that way. Gonna curb that talk. I don't know anything about the colossal size Conan. Is that Barry Windsor Smith being reproduced at big size? Because that would make a lot of sense to me. I saw where there was a foreign edition of Weapon X Black and White.
German.
And
Stuart N is getting it.
To do an English version.
No.
Yeah, Stuart. Yeah, I saw it on his. That's probably where I saw it.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Yep, that ain't doing fucking shit, man. That didn't solve anything, Jimmy. Hate to say it, guys, but like next week we're probably going to downgrade to the webcam that we used to use because it's really harming our monitor and we need it.
I really think it's just the webcam.
It's a lot of data pumping through in the video. Like look at how clear. Well, that's not even very good, but And also, I don't know, like, but we have to see.
Right. Dave, I did go through that 2000 AD. Has Glenn Fabry doing I think it's Glenn Fabry doing a Slagne.
Fuck that. Get the fuck out of here.
It's fantastic, that art, though. He's a really good artist for that.
Yeah, he's got periods of work, you know, and like his Slain period is pretty brutal. But like when
There's a bunch of painters that when I see their line art, I usually like it. This isn't even coming up.
no. Let me just restart this real quick. Slagne.
Got to be careful with those
The Gaelic.
umlauts and tildes, and
Yeah.
I know what that is.
Pat Mills actually hit me up. Like I think we'll have him on in January. I think he's got something out. There was something is getting reprinted. Maybe I got to look at the email. I got it when I was in Japan, but he and I were going back and forth, and he's got good chatter. He's good on the mic. He'll talk that smack.
Plus, it sounds cool with his accent.
How so, Jim? What's that sound like?
I can barely hear, man. I have no ability to do an impression.
Whenever most, certainly Pittsburghers do their British, it really is Crocodile Dundee. You know, and they will say crikey.
I was watching something and I was like, "Is this Scottish?" It was Australian. It's just horrible.
Watching the first Mad Max. That was with the old DVDs. You could get it with two audio channels, like one with Mel Gibson,
Yeah.
and then the other with like the overdub American sounded dude.
Wow.
There was a Hercules in New York that was like that, where it had Arnie's voice.
I think some of that comes up in his that documentary he made about himself. Is there anything you have to do on your phone? Because it's not even showing
No,
up.
it was showing up.
Oh.
It was showing up. Like it did once. So frustrating. Take another look real quick. Yeah, I'm just looking at the options to see if there's anything we can do. Yeah, it's all good. You could keep hitting it.
At least I found the phone this time.
Yeah.
Or not.
That ain't right.
Gotta flip it up on the side.
It's fine on like it's fine on my phone. Yeah, give it 1 second because I'm going to get out and go right back in. Yeah, it looks fine on my phone.
It is the J. Scott Spawn cover. J. Scott, yeah. I don't know what the other cover is for this issue.
I don't know that there is one. I don't know that there is one this round. Because, I mean, it's like you can't get more newsstand than Spidey. Right?
Right. And Spawn would be the biggest selling book outside of Marvel.
I never had this issue.
I got my wife a new iPad for Christmas. I feel like it's safe that she's not streaming this. It just came yesterday.
All right. Okay, that's going to help. That's going to help. That's going to help us. But the thing is, it was always shit quality. Yeah, get out of there. Because I could tell when it's. We'll try one more, and then I'll just fucking engage it here. I'm just going to engage it here. All right. Check. All right. It's an old ass image. We're recording.
Did you lock focus on the phone?
Mm-hmm. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist. No, hold up. We did that. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we do that part. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Wizard Magazine number 62 is under the hot lights today on the Kayfabe channel. But first, we have to remind you guys that we do have... Wizard Magazine number 62, October 1996, is under the hot lights today. But first, we have to remind you guys that we are a daily YouTube channel. We have more than 1,600 videos in the filmography to date. Not too many of you have seen them all, but we might have talked about your favorites. So make sure that you hit the magnifying glass on the front page, search for your favorite comics, check out those videos. We have a Patreon. Oh, that fucks me up. I hate seeing that.
Yeah, this is. Should we try switching cameras? Should we try switching mics?
You know what? I think we could do that.
Because I feel like the mic's got to be sending a bunch of info.
All right. We're gonna go silent for a second, guys. All right, Jimmy, the Yeti is activated. I'm gonna turn the hotness of it down a bit.
Yeah, can you see a bar like for this
they,
level of volume?
Yeah, yeah, it's good.
We're gonna get this stuff worked out, guys. Appreciate the patience.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen now is the video is gonna go down, and I'm gonna put the webcam in, and it might be a downgraded. That don't make no fucking sense.
That's the thing. I was trying to figure like when this started, and I don't know if it was an equipment thing on our end or if it's just Filmic Pro being really lousy.
Well, that's the thing. Like when you were at your house. Should we try it?
Maybe. I mean, at least that's workable.
Yeah.
I won't know what to do if we have a monitor that works. It's been like,
yeah,
it's been some time. Did you lock those?
Yes, I did, and it looks good.
All right, are you ready to give it a shot?
Yeah. Welcome to... How do we do it?
Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel.
Yeah. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Wizard Magazine 62, October 1996, under the hot lights with this fresh J. Scott Campbell cover. But first we have to let you know that we are a daily YouTube channel, and on the Cartoonist Kayfabe front page of our YouTube channel, there's more than 1,500 videos there, more than 1,600 videos there. Hit the magnifying glass, search for your favorite titles, check out the episodes where we cover those comics. The Kayfabe channel is brought to you in part by the Patreon and the King Kayfabers who are participating at the Patreon at the King. Well, part of our channel is brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon, and King Kayfabers on the Patreon benefit from getting access to all the videos before anybody else. They're hanging out with us in the chat room right now, watching us fiddle-faddle with our technology in order to bring these videos to you. And when we edit the vids, they get all the vids before anybody else. So when we talk about something a little bit rare, they're able to snap up the cheapest copies online. Without further ado, Jimmy, can we jump right into things, man? Check out this cover, J. Scott Campbell. It's the first time we see him really drawn a mainstream character. Tim Townsend on the inks. I do remember, like, I consider this is the Suncoast Video era of comics. It's in my mind's eye, like that, Ghost in the Shell. There's the anime section. It's the first time you see it called anime. It was always called Jap Animation here in the States. And I bring it up because I remember seeing posters. They would have posters in the back with the cases and stuff. And there was a Mary Jane poster or something that J. Scott Campbell did that was striking. It was like, oh man, the Image dude is like doing work for hire for Marvel. It's kind of an interesting thing. Might have been like a little bit later, but pretty cool seeing him do these characters. And I think when that issue 300 of Spawn came out, I think J. Scott Campbell was commissioned by McFarlane to actually do some comic pages. That was a big get that McFarlane was promoting, that he actually got J. Scott Campbell to do some pages again.
Yeah, when you think of J. Scott Campbell, maybe the biggest dude that came out of Image Comics. Mm-hmm. I was trying to inventory in my head the different artists that started there, and I feel like he might be the guy who was the most celebrated. Which is really fascinating because when Gen 13 came out, it looked like it was just another one of those launch, studio books, right? Put out as many number ones as you can. But he really distinguished himself and became a fan favorite in a way that I don't know that anyone else did.
Right. You ready to jump right in?
Yes. This is bizarre to me.
Yeah.
Because Marvel didn't buy Valiant or Acclaim. If that was an Ultraverse character, that might make sense. But what a strange team-up to do a video game with. Yeah,
and I remember it being wild at the time because Iron Man was such an also-ran character that truly, I bet it was a super cheap license at the time,
It must have been something like that, but pretty weird.
Gen 13 trading cards. They're still trying to do the trading card thing. Very interesting. California Dreamin'. This is the Garib Shameless editorial. And he's talking about moving and shaking, all the events and things he had going on at was it San Diego Comic-Con? Yes. Including billiards, a little tournament with the Image guys, including Mark Silvestri and Rob Liefeld, who were at ends and at odds. And I do think we didn't say it during the body of the conversation with the Silvestri bit from the last episode, the Wizard 61, but Rob Liefeld was trying to poach Michael Turner from Mark Silvestri. If you take a look at the Image Revolution documentary, it's documented rather well, man, and that's where first person Silvestri's on the documentary, pretending to call up Rob Liefeld's studio. Click, click, click. Do you know who this is? Mark motherfucking Silvestri. You get to hear Silvestri say that.
Hey, you know what, man? That makes me think Mike Turner would be the other guy that I would have in my battle of who are the big artists
Absolutely.
that came out.
Yeah, he was in my mind when you brought it up, but of course he passed away and didn't have a chance to kind of realize his full potential, unfortunately. But yeah, it was J. Scott Campbell, Mike Turner would be the guys. Everybody else, they would be these young kids who are basically getting their first jobs and getting paid really, really, really well. So when the lean times come for comics, they skedaddle and start doing storyboards and shit. Take a look at any of the cartoons coming from Hollywood these days, and you will identify at least one Extreme Studios guy who's working in animation.
I didn't see any letters that stood out.
No, sir.
Used to be you'd get pros and stuff, sometimes sniping at each other in here, but not much here.
Crossovers are still the sort of the popular thing at this point in time.
It's the hot shot move.
And Grifter, the Mask, had no idea that this existed, but the truth is maybe it didn't.
That's true.
There will be some examples of that as we proceed and look through future stuff. Here's one for you, man. Gen 13 kids set to crash Gotham with a piece of art by J. Scott Campbell with his premier inker. I always think of him as being best inked by Alex Garner. The cover's Tim Townsend, and he picks up these textures with the little marker because you see the dabs of the fine liners and stuff. It doesn't. There's nothing solid about it, but Garner seems to be able to kind of capture that spirit a little bit. As far as I know, this is the only piece of work that exists in this crossover, and after reading this, I went online because I'm like, how is this not? How do I not know about this? It's never come to fruition, and you could find articles on CBR and and elsewhere, kind of documenting what happened here. And essentially what happened was that DC editorial just wouldn't approve almost anything that Brandon Choi and the fellas were coming up with. Fairchild in the Batcave was something that J. Scott Campbell was excited to draw. There was going to be Grunge and Freefall riding shoddy in the Batmobile with Batman. They weren't approving that stuff. And then when it ultimately...
That's such weird stuff to be hung up on.
Well, this is the stuff that J. Scott Campbell was excited to draw.
Right.
But basically when the final approvals came through, there was nothing in there that he was stoked on and just decided against it.
I tell you, man, good for them to put their foot down and be like, hey, if we can't do anything that's fun, then we're out.
I believe...
But it just seems weird to me that editorial is going to have a problem with this. Like, you're doing a crossover. Throw the heroes in the Batmobile or the Batcave. Like,
all
what
that
are we
stuff.
doing?
I believe that in the articles and stuff I was reading about this, though, J. Scott Campbell is on the sly working on Danger Girl. So he chose to bet on himself and probably bet correctly. Marvel Top Kel prepare for crossovers.
And some of these definitely happened, but I'm not sure it's exactly what they described. Because wasn't one of their books was going to be like an 8-issue thing? I don't know if that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 issues will be released weekly through December and January. Although I guess maybe that's the single issues constitute 8 total titles. I know some of those have come out. I think I have Wolverine and Witchblade maybe, or I don't know, one or two of these things.
It goes to show just like really how little Silvestri really does have, because it's like, a couple Cyber Force characters. Cyblade gets 2 rounds.
Ballistic
gets 2 rounds.
I'm not even sure who Ballistic is.
Gen 13 spin-off title debuts in November. This is a Gen 13 bootleg, kind of being inspired by the Gen X zines of the day. And we did an episode featuring the Adam Warren issues. That's the interesting thing about Gen 13 bootleg is they get different creators to kind of do their own spin on Gen 13 and let it become, whatever it's going to become. Whenever I see these in the wild, I'll pull them because it's interesting to see the different interpretations. And one of the things that I definitely have pulled for a future episode, and I do think it'll be a good clickbait title, Jimmy, is Walt Simonson's bootleg Gen 13 comic.
That's pretty good. There's a Kevin Nolan where he does finishes on a couple issues, maybe Dave Ross or some. I forget who the penciler is, but it's Kevin Nolan. You look at it and it's, if Kevin Nolan's pen is on the page, it looks like Kevin Nolan art. It's kind of like the Legends of the Dark Knight series.
Exactly. In the Buzzbox, and by the way, Jimmy, it's finally happened, the very last piece. Neil Gaiman back on Miracleman? Maybe, as insiders say that McFarlane will resurrect the former Eclipse title in 1997 with hopes of having it written by Gaiman or Alan Moore. Also rumored are talks of a possible TV or movie deal. We've been charting it kind of infrequently when we go through these Wizard episodes. And the Miracleman number 15 was always just an also-ran book. Like when you would go to the price guide, it was always lumped in with, the previous issues and the post issues. It's in this price guide that it's called Scarce, and it's now worth $12.
Wow.
$2.50 book.
That's amazing, like how that book shoots up in price, and I used to see it as a kid.
Yeah, exactly.
You would see it, and it was you could have bought as many of those as you wanted for a while.
Yep.
And then it's like they're just gone overnight. By the way, my BMG music ad ripped out of my issue, and there's a couple of other pieces missing. I'll try to make notes.
Somebody still probably has debt with the clearinghouse, probably.
I have one page that's like razor bladed out, and I'm very curious to see what that is when I get to it.
We have a little spotlight on Cave Women by Bud Root. This is probably the first time I saw this character, and cheesecake stuff. The interiors never look as good as the cover.
No, of course.
And he's still riding that wave. He'll still show up at shows and is promoting, Cave Woman comics.
This one, I think I used to get Bud Root and Bud Plant confused in my head, trying to figure this out. And then it always felt like this was an old series.
Yeah. For
some reason, and I guess it's not, It's relatively new at this point in 96, so in my mind it was almost like Underground or something that had been around forever. But
in the midst of chaos, where the big two is really having trouble, or probably the big four, Chaos Comics is gearing up for expansion. That's interesting. He's going to be having some more writers come on the scene and stuff.
Polito gets a lot of he's represented in every issue of Wizard we've been looking at in one form or another. And I remember when we talked to Quesada and he talked about Polito got kind of a Marvel Knights thing at Marvel, which I didn't remember. But it's interesting to see these indie guys that are like, I don't know, leveraging whatever the PR, whatever the system is at the time. Like a handful of these guys really figured out how to use it. Yeah, and he's one of them.
There was a Wizard Fan Award, and maybe you participated in that through the internet, or maybe there was like a little pull out in some of these magazines, but it's about as bottom of the barrel as one would expect a casual to be interested in.
Yeah, it's the chalk if you're a Wizard reader. Like this is what you would expect, I think.
Yeah.
Probably you could figure out like the amount of ink coverage that these winners have received in past Wizards, and that's about how this plays out.
Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel. Robinson preps for the Silver Age. I don't know that this one came out.
I don't think it did, and I've picked up some of the Golden Age because it was kind of lumped in with that revisionist kind of superheroes like the Watchmen and things. And Paul Smith is your artist, so it sounds like it can't miss. I have yet to make it through an issue of that.
Right.
And I don't think the Silver Age came out with Howard Chaykin here supposedly supplying the art.
I love the graphic design for these Heroes Reborn ads, dude. That's not an easy image to make, where you're making a Xerox of your pencils, and down to the rough stage, and then inks and color. That's a lot of files you got to like lump up and kind of get them mashed up right. Pretty cool.
Yes.
And they do several rounds of that.
Right.
Where you got the X's on the knees where it's going to be black and stuff. Like, that's pretty fucking cool.
Marvel bet big on this Heroes Reborn thing, man. There's a lot of money spent for that.
That's for sure. Mike Perobek passes away from diabetes complications. Rest in peace.
Only 31.
And one of the best Batman artists to exist. The Batman Adventures books are better than the monthly Batman books. They have more grace for the reader as a gestalt, like as the entire package. Fantastic color, beautiful Art Deco lettering with the captions and stuff like that. Just very thoughtful, great one and done comics that are substantial every issue.
You could pick up issue 7 and read it and feel good.
Yeah. So rest in peace. He's an artist that is sorely missed, and it was absolutely on the trajectory to become a Hall of Famer for sure.
That's so young too. He was actually not quite 31 at the time of his passing. Not the first artist that we've seen listed in Wizard dying from diabetes, some complications from diabetes.
Yeah.
I remember us talking about that in a previous issue, and it might even be a couple of artists that have succumbed to that in the course of Wizard coverage.
Jimmy, you and I, man, we make comics, man, and the flow state is real. And you become meditative, and then a whole day goes by. And if you fucking have to maintain your glucose levels when you're zoning out like that, I could see how that could happen so easy. I think that, knock wood, I don't have such an affliction, but if I did, I think I would be in that camp. And I'm being so honest, I do not think I would be responsible enough.
Yeah, I've heard people, like fitness people, talk about like sitting as the new cigarettes. And I mean, that's what you're doing as a comic book artist. So if you have other complications that being static is going to be a problem, you're really susceptible.
Right. Didn't notice much stuff in the, what do you call it, man, in the company updates, though it is noteworthy that Hate 25 is on the horizon there. I think it hits 30 issues. So, pretty reliable series in the 90s, and definitely good comics in the midst of the feces that was coming out.
I see the
big pubs.
A Scud video game supposed to hit Sega Saturn for Christmas. I wasn't following. I had no idea if that happened, but if it did, that's a pretty good deal for a creator-owned book.
I do think that I'm not sure about that, but I do think that it absolutely hit PC games at a certain point. I remember a big box during like the Half-Life era at Kmart.
They mentioned Garth Ennis taking over from Alan Moore on Wildcats, and I mentioned that because Garth Ennis is like sprinkled throughout this issue. He's their, I think, hottest writer. He's very young. And just doing work all over the place.
Right. Watchmen 10 years later. There's nothing that they say here that we haven't said ourselves. I will humbly say that our Wizard coverage, our Watchmen coverage is some of the best coverage on Watchmen that I've ever come across. We have a comprehensive video where we have collected all of our coverage from chapter 1 through 12, including issue 12. We are joined by the great Dave Gibbons for that session. So there's nothing in here that we haven't said, and I encourage you to check out our videos.
One thing that surprised me about this, I don't know when Alan Moore just completely is like, I'm retiring from this, I don't want to hear about it, send the checks to Dave, whatever. He still seems to be like willing to talk about Watchmen in this article. There are quotes from Alan Moore, and it's not just like, leave me alone.
Right.
So that's kind of interesting, because in my mind, like, he sours very quickly, and he's done with DC, working for DC at this point, but he still seems like he's still positive on Watchmen.
Yeah.
Which isn't going to last.
And until he begins working for DC with ABC. But there is some commentary from Neil Gaiman, Alex Ross, Mark Waid, Kurt Busiek, Chuck Dixon in here.
And this was really the Watchmen that I grew up with, because I came to Watchmen as a trade paperback probably in like 88, 89 after it had come out.
Yeah.
And a lot of the coverage on that and Dark Knight was how everybody went, grim and gritty, because of those books. So this was sort of the tone of what I would read about Watchmen in any magazine.
Buscema brothers and Tom Palmer sever exclusive ties with Marvel. John Buscema decides just to retire. Sal Buscema, they say when he goes to DC, completed a New God story and a Batman. I don't know that those came out. And I'm not sure what... Tom Palmer's going to be inking Graham Nolan on Detective. I'd like to see what that looks like.
Yeah, I like Palmer's inks quite a bit. There's some auction stuff here. Action Comics selling for $61,000, but one that stood out to me, Robert Crumb, Fritz the Cat, I think it's a cover. Original cover art, $56,350. I mention it because we've seen McFarlane's That One Amazing Spider-Man go for big amounts. It's pretty fascinating because a couple of years before this in Wizard, they have all 12 Watchmen covers sell for $12,000 total. So Robert Crumb, man, even a big deal here in 1996. Pretty cool to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And preceding this, his Janis Joplin cover went for about 50 grand at Sotheby's. Diamond Distributors buys Capital City. Dude, it's 2 big diamond pieces because Steve Geppi outbids people for Action Comics 1, and then he buys Capital City Distribution.
Massive story. Surprised that it's here and not, in hindsight, should be the page 1. It shouldn't be the Batman Gen 13. It should be this story.
Right. This ad is triggering to me in a way, man, because it's it's a comic you never heard of,
right.
Never seen, and it looks nominally good, it looks wonky, whatever, but some little rich kids trying to power level their business, man, and they get a big ad in Wizard magazine rather than focus on making a good comic. It reminds me of when I was going through art school and stuff. There were definitely dudes that were able to buy their way into stuff. Including, one of the students bought the school.
Wow.
Very recently, man, and I bet you could give yourself an A if you buy the school.
Yeah. That hair, I see Jose Munoz in just the hair inking here, which is a bizarre comparison, I think, for a comic in 1996 in Wizard.
Jimmy, we're going to skip the King fanboy.
Going to skip this guy?
Article. We're going to look at that Darkness ad and say that we should probably do an issue of Darkness.
I think so. It got a lot of push at the time.
Make sure you check out our video on Captain America #1.
Look at this freaking guy.
That looks like the thimble in Monopoly.
It's pretty bizarre.
Turning Japanese. 6 top American creators give Wizard the scoop on the manga and anime imports. And this is... Joe Mad, J. Scott Campbell. We'll see who the guys are. This is Joe Mad's piece in that issue of Akira that we looked at not too long ago. One of the last 2 issues of Akira had some gaijins doing pinups and comics, and this was Joe Mad's contribution. Everybody here, we got Joe Mad, J. Scott Campbell, Billy Tucci, Humberto Ramos, Brian Pulido, and then the swan song is Scott McCloud. Everybody is incredibly superficial, and by the numbers. Ninja Scroll gets mentioned a lot.
Yeah.
Billy Tucci's the most kind of fake about it because what's your favorite manga series? He says Ninja Scroll.
Yeah.
It's not a manga series. But when you get to Scott McCloud,
you know what?
He's deep.
It's interesting to see what's available, right? Because most of the titles that people are calling out are things that were available by 1996.
Right.
So. Masamune Shirow, a lot of mentions because a lot of his stuff had been translated.
Right.
Gunsmith Cats gets called out by a couple of these guys, and I mention that because I like that series, and it's another one. It's like the stuff that came out in the 90s is really interesting to me because, one, it's availability, but it's an odd collection of titles, you know what I mean? It's not very representative of how broad manga is, for sure. But Gunsmith Cats is one that I feel like it's amazing cars and guns, like the artwork on those objects and in motion. It would blow my mind, you know, like that's what captivated me about that stuff is like, I can't believe you can draw technical shit like this.
Totally. And, you know, the guy sorely missing from this, Uncle Jeff Darrow, who's been going to Japan since 1980, 81. Let's get him on the hook and hear what he has to say. And we've seen his work already, like at this point. We've seen Hard Boiled and we've seen Big Guy and Rusty the Boy Robot. And there's no mistaking, you know, the Japanese influence and stuff. So it's too bad he's not a part of this thing.
Yeah, it's still pretty cool to have an article of that sort, though.
It's moving in that
direction.
Especially
in Wizard. Because I assume a lot of the Wizard readers are probably like, what?
Yeah, it's moving in that direction. And to this day, I mean, we get comments on our channel, you know, like, yeah, just don't read manga. And to me, it's like you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. It's just comics.
This is shocking. There's so much almost pressure to do the Spider-Man Spawn Todd McFarlane crossover, and it seems like he's open to it. You know, I don't know who says no or why it didn't happen, I guess is my takeaway, because it would have been like, this would have been the #1 book that year.
And that's all this is. This is lip service. It's Wizard, you know, trying to call a match.
Yeah, it is. It is. But it's still a little bit surprising. Yeah, good luck.
All right, man. Let's jump to the Garth Ennis conversation. Kind of made his name in the States, man, working on some Hellblazer. I haven't read his Hellblazer. We did the one-shot that he's working on at this exact moment in time. We did an episode on that, which is cool. Heartland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good comic. I did not realize at the time of reading it that it was connected to Hellblazer, but just like a really good comic on
Absolutely.
its own.
Absolutely. So it stokes me out that there's a 43-issue run of Hellblazer that I haven't read from Garth Ennis, because his DC works, where he's like really honing his craft, it's dope stuff, man. I'm a Hitman fan. I got all the trades of that and the Demon issue. I remember what he said about when he started working on Hellblazer. I forget where I would see this. It was definitely a video, but he was basically talking shit on Warren Ellis's approach, who might have been the guy before him, because like Warren Ellis is doing all this research on Crowley and magic and all this kind of bullshit, and Garth Ennis is like, well, I don't believe in that stuff. It's all bollocks. I'm just gonna make it up.
Bollocks. He was young, I think, when he started that. I think he might have been like 20 or something.
Yeah, he got in the game at age 19. So that, you know, that was across the pond. I have Ennis and Dillon Judge Dredd collections. You know, they did Progs together.
Yeah, very prolific for such a young guy.
Where did the inspiration come from for Preacher? You know, just ideas he had rattling around at the time, and was excited to basically get paid to make a comic and not have it bogged down by the continuity of the DC universe. Unmistakable John McCrae artwork.
You know what's impressive? When you look at his like career highlights at this point, and dude's super young at this point. I think he's like 26, right? Born in 70 is 1996. Co-creator Preacher, co-creator Hitman, and doing Darkness with Mark Silvestri, which, you know, maybe not co-creator technically, but in there from the get-go, like certainly shaping that character. It's a guy who is doing some new shit, is what I'm saying there, and a lesson that everybody that comes through, you know, a mainstream Marvel DC world, like that creating new stuff, not everybody does it, and why not?
Right.
Like, you know, it makes comics better. Like, those are some big books.
In his Hellblazer comic, there was a character that is the result of the birth of the sort of union of an angel and a demon, and then of course in Preacher, there's the character of Genesis that it kind of invades Jesse Custer, and it's the product of a demon and an angel, and it makes me think about like Gaiman has a version of that, because Garth Ennis is making it a point to say that it's unrelated, it's two separate things, and you could imagine he's going on the record so that like DC doesn't get some, you know, extra rights or whatever, like, nah, my idea is completely mine. But Neil Gaiman has some of that too, like in some of his outside works and his novels, the Grim Reaper's in there. Like, death is in there and stuff, but it's not the same death. It's it's interesting how that works.
demon looks super cool.
Yeah.
Really like that drawing.
Here's some of the stuff that he has on the horizon. Going to be taking over Wildcats. The Unknown Soldier with Killian Plunkett, not to be confused with Sandy Plunkett.
I bought those back in the day.
Great looking stuff.
Tim Bradstreet covers.
Yeah, right. Enemy Ace, Pride and Joy, Bloody Mary.
It's interesting to see stuff like Enemy Ace because we know he has this affinity for war comics.
Yeah.
And like as soon as the opportunity presents himself, he's getting in there. The Bloody Mary is something I want to try because it's 4 issues. We've seen advertising art, and I think the art that I've seen in here looks good.
It's Carlos Esquerza.
So
that dude's pedigree is dope as fuck.
It sounds like that could be a good series. I never read one panel of that, so I'm curious about it.
Yeah, I think is that Helix?
Yeah.
Okay, because there's I think that like Wizard gets into publishing, or so there's like Black Bull, something like that. And we'll get there in our Wizard coverage at a certain point. Preacher, the story of You Know Who is the Arseface one shot. We have a video on that thing. But in regards to the Unknown Soldier and Enemy Ace, he mentions in either that top part or in the interview somewhere that he wants to get the Unknown Soldier, if he can make that a hit, like he wants to do a Sergeant Rock.
Yes.
And I don't know that he did, but he definitely got to build his own wing of U.S. military-based comics. And I think that part of that has created the sort of confusing union between Uncle Warren Bernard and Garth Ennis,
yes.
which doesn't feel so close. Warren Bernard comes through here often, and he is a big historian on comics in relation to World War II and things like that. So when Garth Ennis comes to town, when Garth Ennis goes to the Baltimore Comic-Con, sometimes he'll stay with Uncle Warren and just kind of go through the collection. So it's not a passing fancy that he has.
He mentions talking to people at Wildstorm about a Wetworks Predator crossover. Imagine some badass artist getting hold of that, because it would just be an arsenal versus an arsenal of mayhem.
Right.
Those two properties against each other.
Jimmy, man, we just took a trip to New York to Big Applecon, and we had a big ride back, man. And you mentioned something like, hey, do you remember when Kayfabe Nicieze was editor-in-chief of Valiant Comics? And I said no. And then we come back and we got to do our homework for Kayfabe, and then this article comes up.
Yeah, wild timing. The whole reason I asked that is because there's a Gulacy crime comic that Acclaim publishes, and I was looking at it recently, and it's Kayfabian as your editor-in-chief, and it was like, what? I don't remember this at all. Bizarre. And man, this article, it illustrates so much of why I was like, I'm done with this superhero comics. I'm out. Like, this stuff is so uninteresting to me. They talk about things like, should we do religion in these comics? How should we handle time?
It's planning by committee.
Awful. It's the worst content for an article. It reminds me of whenever we covered, like, there was a Marvel meeting of this sort for Avengers, and the same deal where it's like, we're covering a pool party with a bunch of like 45-year-old men. This is a very similar thing. Like, there's nothing interesting in here about any comics at all. And I'm not just slamming Valiant. It's a bunch of dudes in a boardroom. That's what this article is.
Exactly. Creating comics by committee. What I thought you were about to say, man, was the very first real Marvel coverage in Wizard magazine was some sort of luncheon.
That's right.
And Kayfabian was part of that too. And it was all about nothing.
They're bad articles. I'm surprised by these, and I wonder if people would write in afterwards being like, you got this. It's terrible.
You know, these guys are out of touch. I mean, you look at them. They're boomers, right? Like they're old heads, and it's the boomers versus Gen X, like quite literally. You know, not just that blanket like, you don't agree with me, you're a boomer type shit. Like, these are old men who, at a time of young excitement, J. Scott Campbell, Mike Turner, even the fellas who created Image are just more exciting people.
That was the other thing I took away from this. This is, all the people in this room are either writers or editors. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it's comics, dude.
Yeah.
You don't have one artist in that room saying, like, you know what would be cool? You know what would look great? Give me some visual excitement if you're going to plan this. This is a launch for an entire company, and there's not one visual artist present. That says a lot, I think.
It does, and it makes me recall the time Todd McFarlane, when he brought the guys over to DC Comics to tell them that, no, we're not coming to you either. We're going to go do our own thing. He said that DC Comics came to him with, like, new proposals and stuff. And McFarlane goes, well, did you talk to any artists about, these ideas? And they were gobsmacked, and he was like, okay, that tells me everything I need to know. Sayonara.
It's interesting because there's a history of artists that are in editor positions like Dick Giordano, a big name that comes to mind. But there are other examples of that. But then also, like, when Marvel crawls its way out of this low point in the 90s, it's Quesada. It's another artist, I think it's really important to have some visual artists represented in that editorial wing. And I don't know if that's the case these days.
Yeah. First look, Vampirella 20th anniversary special. We're not going to cover it too much, but this Mark Texiera piece looks pretty fucking cool in this thumbnail post. And it's cool to see Rudy Nebres, man, kind of polishing off his brush and showing you some shit. Because that guy is a freaking tremendous artist that sort of has never really gotten his due. Would always be in magazines. Like, I don't know that he's done much work in comic books. I think that one of his few pieces in comic books was he inked John Byrne on what really was John Byrne's first Marvel job. I have maybe a couple copies of that, so we could look at that at some point.
I think he's represented in that inking book that features Steve Rude.
That makes sense to me.
I think there's some stuff in there. You know what does sound cool, though, in here? Like, I guess whatever this 25th anniversary, it's 4 different stories. Texera paints a reinterpretation of the first Vampy story written by Forrest J. Ackerman. So that sounds good. I would look at that if I saw it somewhere.
We do have it. We did an episode. The Forrest J. Ackerman story is like 2 pages in Vampy #1.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
There's Kevin Nolan over Michael Baer listed in there too. So like I said, if I saw this somewhere, I'd probably take a gander at it. My copy is missing our Astro City 1/2, which I don't mind seeing. It means somebody sent off for a comic. So
right.
I'm down with that. This might be the highlight of this issue for me.
It's one of them. There are 2 highlights in my opinion, but basic training. This month's host, Gerhard, showing how to do backgrounds, and who better in Western comics to give you the scoop on how to draw backgrounds, and really seeing how he earns his pay with Dave Sim is a sight and a pleasure to behold. Literally planning out the rooms and stuff. I'm actually, dude, I'm pulling from this for my own works, in my daily strip. Like, I want to create the geography of the girls' houses and keep that kind of accurate and things like that. So seeing that he goes to this extent, and it looks pretty well architecturally sound,
It's
like
amazing.
there's straight edges and, like he's definitely...
It's super strong, and you see him here. He's built a model of these buildings. Makes me think of Seth with his buildings and stuff. Builds a model, and then you can see this is the building that he's drawing from this.
Right. And he's showing up the cover of Melmoth, and you could get lighting and stuff. Canadian fella from as Steve McNiven said, the arse end of Kitchener.
The Melmoth cover, that lean-to is this piece right here. Like, literally, that's the model.
Yeah, exactly, man. And Seth builds his stuff too. So there's something up there in the water, up there with our neighbors to the north, Jimmy. So now we're breaking things down and showing how it works within the content of the actual comic pages. So what you see here is the lettering and the characters that are sort of rooted within the picture plane, the basic eye level, and it's Dave Sim kind of just giving Gerhardt the sort of perspective at the barest sense.
Yes.
And now it's like, yo, Gerhardt, man, go earn your pay, man.
And he does. This is your top view of how they're sitting, like which benches or which stools where they're looking, where the point of view is coming from. That's amazing.
Yeah.
There's I want to say it's in the Comics Journal. There's an interview with Gerhard I had read years ago where he gets into his craft of what he's doing in these elaborate backgrounds and with this cross-hatching and stuff. And it's all really informative stuff. This is a high-level craftsman.
Yeah, check this out. Even the objects in Marty Feldman's hand get inked in more with Gerhard. So he's contributing even stuff that has to do with the characters.
That's wild. I didn't notice that, and it makes perfect sense because he's basically handling all the non-character parts.
Right.
And doing it seamlessly, which he talks about, with a Hunt 102 Crow crow quill pen. I add outlines, details, cross-hatching, trying to stay consistent with the weight and style of line Dave has used on the characters so that they blend.
It's hard to believe that a 102 achieves these hatch lines. I don't get that at all.
It's incredible. Like I say, the other interview I remember reading with him where he really gets into the hatching stuff. I mean, this is a guy, it's upper level craft for what he's doing here. Cerebus, for all of its flaws, if you're just looking at that art, it is absolutely breathtaking.
For sure. Yeah, great little feature. And that's the problem. This is why Wizard is so evil, because they'll give you this, right? Amongst all their bullshit, there should be a Spider-Man versus Spawn 5-page article. And I was here for this. Like, I'm showing up.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this. I had no idea this was in here, the Gerhard article. And it made me think, man, if you clipped all of their how-to articles out, it might be everything you need to make a decent comic. Right. It's pretty thorough.
The Guide to Self-Publishing, the Dave Sim Guide to Self-Publishing is a sacred tablet. It has very crucial stuff in there. I have a copy floating around here somewhere.
Yeah.
That would be a Sunday video. I would think at some point, man. The Mask was like the coup de grace of Saturday morning cartoons for me. I'm starting to get too old, and I don't know that Saturday morning cartoons really existed much after that.
Chris Warner was supposed to do a Black Cross movie that starring Howie Long, which is amazing to think of.
It makes perfect sense. It looks like Howie Long.
It's perfect.
It was probably Brian Bosworth that he was.
Oh, that would have been a good one too. That would have been good. I always think of that Howie Long does that one movie. It's like Fighter, whatever, where he comes out of the lake and throws an axe at the camera. Yeah,
and then that was his one shot, and then you're going back to Fox News. No,
not a lot of personality on that screen.
Not at all, dude. The Manga Scene, Guide to Japanese Comics and Animation, Carl Gustav Horn, taking a look at Neon Genesis Evangelion, dude. It's a phenomenon. It was mentioned here and there for a couple of years, and it's finally, like, it's completed, and it's a fucking smash. Like, it was a smash in Japan. People were already getting bootlegs and stuff. So now the American businesses that traffic in anime are bidding to try to get those American rights. And the rights are substantial. We're talking $300,000 for just the option to release it.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, this is another one where the history of bringing anime and manga to the States from a business standpoint, like the behind-the-scenes stuff, I think is just fascinating.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, I will never get too much of that information.
Yeah, agreed. And I think with Danica XIX, who I interviewed for her Akira documentary Kickstarter, which did come back and was successful, that's kind of the angle that she's looking at. She's looking at Streamline and how does that happen. When you start to look at the early days of Akira coming to the States, Steve Spielberg and George Lucas factor into that conversation. They put the first eyes on Akira and both passed. So there's a lot of interesting stuff there. But preceding Streamline and those kind of places was Harmony Gold, which would be your Macross and maybe even Star Blazers and stuff. But then before that is your Kimba and your Gigantor and Speed Racer.
Right.
Like, so I don't know the company that brought that. Maybe it was Harmony Gold.
I have the Speed Racer box set, and there's a like one page about the animation coming over and how that was done. So maybe we'll have to dig that out and look at it at some point, because there's no budget for it.
Right.
It's like hundreds of dollars an episode in terms of like having, two voice actors do like every voice.
Yeah.
And, it's pretty interesting how that works. It's some ambitious fan, that's a suit, but really, like, in the beginning, nobody, there was no budget for it or anything, which really is kicking open that door.
Yeah, it's cool to see Hideaki Anno mentioned by name in here. He wasn't mentioned in some of the earlier coverage, but his kind of persona is already built in, where they talk about him being such a big fanboy and going into like Ultraman poses and things like that. And of course, he has transcended anime, director of Shin Godzilla, Shin Kamen Rider, and brings all of his like young fanboy otaku energy to those films, and kind of like makes the ultimate Godzilla movie, makes the ultimate Kamen Rider flick.
This is an interesting line. Most people who make anime, Anno said, have the kind of autism he himself has suffered from.
Tremendously depressed guy. I think on the record, like I think he was like a virgin until he was about 40, and was just super deep, very unhealthy for a while, and sort of got better.
That pervert club, I've picked those up in quarter bins. Will Allison, that's a name that I feel like I know, and I can't place why. But it's funny to see that here, because in my mind it's just this black and white, like little indie black and white book, but apparently a little more connected to manga and anime than I realized.
Right. I'm going to put a shout out to the to the Kayfabers and the audience. This is a pretty cool contest. You're getting 20 frame pieces of original comic art, and I'm sure that these are some of those pieces. Who got that?
Dude, those are nice. This is instant collection. I mean, there's an Art Adams piece that's not pictured there. Like, damn, dude.
I know somebody who's listening or watching has been waiting for us to get to this episode. So put the call out, man, and have a little, what do you call it, man? Oh, you know what? Part of what the contest is, man, is the scavenger hunt.
All right, I wondered why that was missing, so that explains it.
So it's probably like that little Overpower logo might be part of the scavenger hunt, because here's your checklist.
Dude, the list of contributors is phenomenal. Brian Bolin, Joe Mad, Bill Sienkiewicz, John Romita Jr., Jeff Smith. Like, it's really phenomenal. I don't understand how this isn't a bigger deal, because I had never heard any mention of this until now, and it's like, what a collection that is.
And it was just, this month's contest. You would think that there should be some kind of build-up or whatever.
Bunch of A-listers right there.
But what you have to do is you got to grab all of these or as many. Oh, and here it is right there. DC Overpower logo cut out from anywhere. So that's literally that previous
that's my
page.
copy. There you go.
And newspaper photo of Ted Theodore Kaczynski. So you have to basically send a big box of stuff, and I bet you it was a little bit of a nightmare. Like, you be careful what you ask for type shit.
I was gonna say it would suck to get 1,000 of these boxes.
That's why you don't build it up for 5 months.
Yeah, I guess.
There's your Mike Diodato Jr. Electra. Man, I don't like the finish of his stuff. During the Marvel era, we did a look at his more natural style from Argentina, I believe, right?
Brazil, maybe?
Brazil.
I love those comics.
Yeah, the Caliber
black
comics.
And white, gritty and stuff. Yeah, those are good stuff.
Now we're getting into what Wizard really becomes, where it's promoting the toys, trading cards. They got a toy price guide. I feel like that's newish. Will Eisner trivia contest with 3 questions. Jimmy, what is the spirit's real name? Denny Colt. Where's the spirit's hideout? Wildwood Cemetery. What was Will Eisner's first graphic novel?
Contract with God.
There it is, man.
I'm ready.
All right, dude.
Get these answers in the mail.
Give them your address.
Let me just broadcast that on the air.
Look at this, dude. This is the poster.
Okay, so you know what? That's cut out of mine. That's the piece that I was saying something's cut out, and that's what I'm missing.
Now, this is definitely the era where Jim Lee, his influence is now closer to J. Scott Campbell's, and he's kind of modifying his style in that way. And yeah, there's a kick me sign, but that's a humorless fucking drawing. There's no life or humor to it.
Wonder how busy he is at that point too, because it's also not showing off his figure work,
right.
Some exciting pose for the Fantastic Four, just a bunch of headshots.
Picks from the Wizard's Hat, Superman Adventures 1, written by Paul Dini, which I think is noteworthy. He's written some good comics in his day.
Yeah, I think McLeod comes in on issue 2, as the regular writer, but Dini launches that. And they mention, if you like it, Batman and Robin Adventures, saying that that's some of the best Batman comics being published at the time.
Absolutely.
Reminds me of Untold Tales of Spider-Man.
Sure.
Would be like the Marvel answer.
Yep. Black Lamb, Tim Truman doing all the bits. And look at the design work. He really has an aesthetic, to the characters that he builds. He has a look to his stuff. This, I have the run of Black Lamb. It's phenomenal. And I remember when he was doing promo for it, this is where he was talking about he made an argument for microns, because he was using microns to do the inking, which would be verboten, at the Kubert school. They would go crazy at that notion. But it introduced the idea of at least for some of the issues. In my mind, it's all of them, but like, you hear the guy do some promo, and maybe he just tried it for an issue or two. Maybe he still works this way. But pencil it, put it on the light box, and then retool the artwork so that you fix the eyeballs that are askew and things like that, and then like working that out into the final inked piece. That was a philosophy I adopted for a little while, to just kind of try to retool the figure work, try to get it to look a little bit better. What you do is you just see your work in a sort of different lens, and the flaws pop out as soon as you look at your drawing in the mirror.
Yes. This is kind of a weird piece, but to have a September 11th dropped in there, I mean, knowing what now September 11th means, I've never read Black Lamb, and it makes me really curious because I like Truman, I like how this sounds, I like how the art that I've seen looks. So this is one that I'll probably I think I might have it, but I haven't read it, so may dig that one out.
Captain America 1 getting promoted. Facts from Sarajevo. This is Joe Kubert's book. $25 price tag. I remember this was a sell that I was able to make to like my mom.
I bought this book as hardcover for that hefty price. When this
came, because $25 in 1996, that's different than $25 now, and I feel like it's closer to $50 like back then. So some of our heritage kind of comes from that area, and that was an easy sell to my mama.
It was an interesting book. I remember Barry Windsor-Smith did a Comics Journal interview shortly after this and really was critical of it, and it kind of made me feel bad.
I was never able to read the whole thing, to be honest. Like maybe the first 3 chapters or something was pretty solid, but got to give it a fresh glance.
It might be interesting to revisit, having not read it in 25 years. Like I'll reserve saying that, but you know what you pair it up with is like Safe Area Garage Day, the Joe Sacco book.
Oof.
And yeah, you can see the different. You can see kind of what Barry Windsor-Smith talks about in terms of what style can do to certain series, to a story, depending on the tone of that story.
Right.
Not every style is suited for every story.
Right, and we could, very easily, you could imagine. You can't put Sergeant Rock style with the bombast and the hyperbole of that kind of comics, which Joe Kubert was doing for 3.5, 4 decades at that point. And then you put that kind of finish over top of a very real event with real people and stuff, and it just there's a dissonance to that. Hellboy Wake the Devil is coming out. All of the Heroes Reborns are coming out. Monkey Man O'Brien 3, that was on my pull list. Leave It to Chance is coming out.
A little bit surprised that the Heroes Reborn books don't get the spotlight in the front of this.
Right.
For as much coverage as they have received and as much advertising as they have purchased, I'm surprised those aren't the main feature.
Yeah. Good looking artwork, as always.
As always. That grand prize. I don't recognize any of these names. I don't know if any of them went on to have a career in comics, but man, that grand prize is really impressive as a painting, I think.
Yeah. It looks like it pulls from like James O'Barr type style.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Palmer's Picks. The oasis in the middle of the fecal desert that is Wizard Magazine.
And I'm betting when you said there were 2 highlights, this might be your other highlight.
Yes, sir. I mean, just imagine that, dude. And what a period of time for Seth. Because on the Anti-Gravity Room, they visited Seth and did a Palookaville segment at a time when we had 30 channels to choose from, and one of those channels on Saturday morning could be Sci-Fi Channel, and you get to see Seth, on the TV. I'm sure millions of people were introduced to Palookaville at that moment.
It is fascinating to think of all the stuff that Palmer covers throughout these Palmer's Picks and where those guys have gone over the next 20, 30 years. In the case of Seth, like, highest recommendation to everybody watching this, if you have not seen our Seth interview, one of my favorite interviews, period, whether we did it or other people did it, just love it.
Yeah.
But he's still very young here.
Yeah.
He had just finished It's a Good Life If You Don't Weaken, which was my introduction to his work. That was a well-regarded graphic novel or collection of comics in the late 90s, and that's where I started with him. But what he has done since then, like, he's starting talking about Seth fans in this column.
Right.
It's an amazing career, and it's almost like from this point forward what he's done is the remarkable career. But even at this point, it's like lots of promise, lots of cool stuff already. But I mean, like many people that come through this column, that's it. You never hear from them again.
Yeah.
Seth has carved out this amazing career over time. So I love seeing the call out here and getting some background on where he's coming from, what he's doing. Very original at the time.
Yeah. And even at this moment, he's identifying that like next era of indie cartoonists and how he's basically pointing out the navel gaze.
Yes.
Autobio comics.
Yep.
And it's talking about how these cartoonists are coming out. They're relegating it to just like genre pap, you know? And I mean, he's friends with Chester Brown. Like, this dude made some of the best autobiographical comics that have ever hit the sort of the medium. So he's seeing these kids with very uninteresting lives, like really not adding anything to the spirit of comics, to the medium of comics, and really dismisses it. He does say that, like, you know, they're turning autobio into a genre, and says that that's not true in proper books, but I disagree with that part of what he's saying. Like, when you read an autobiography, you have certain expectations, and I think expectations is synonymous with genre. Like, you know, if you're reading something of a genre, there are certain things that you just have to hit. And
it was interesting when we talked to him, and he made a distinction. I mentioned autobio, and he made a distinction between that and memoirs.
Yeah.
So, you know, definitely has ideas about that. I like this whole group of cartoonists, and I like just seeing somebody come in and really have an original point of view, you know, because a lot of the stuff that went wrong with the autobio comics, because I was reading those, I went through that phase of reading that stuff. It's like, it's people that aren't great cartoonists because they're brand new. They haven't developed those skills. And their life, they're 22, living in their mom's basement or something, you know, struggling to get a girlfriend. There just wasn't much there. You know, they were such the same. You read one and you read them all. And I don't mean Chester Brown's, you know, like there are people that did extraordinary work in that genre. But I think it was so inviting that a lot of people then tried to copy and didn't have much to say.
Right, that's the truth.
You know what we were saying on the ride? We just got back from Big Applecon, so we did some cartoonist kayfabe for ourselves in the car ride. And we were talking about, you'll get these comics and it's like the person brings something new to it.
Right.
And this is true, can be true of anything. It can be true of superhero comics, horror comics, autobio. That's what I want, you know? Like, I want a thing where like this person really has something to say or some way to say it that I haven't seen before. And a lot of the Palmer's picks, that's what he's highlighting. You know, Seth, original on top of original, and still to this day I don't know that anybody's copying what Seth does. But a lot of those autobio comics that he's critical of and that a lot of us are critical of, they just weren't bringing anything new.
Right. The crazy part, though, is that those comics persisted for about 20 years. You know, it just there's...
They're inviting. You know, the first time I read Chester Brown, I wanted to make autobio comics. And believe me, I had nothing going on.
Check this, man. This is your opportunity in this video to say how time has passed and nothing has changed. Plugging Joe Sacco's Palestine comic.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of circulation of that. Obviously, Sacco, the first time I ever saw a cartoonist speak, it was Joe Sacco, and it was about Palestine. I think the collection had just come out. Would have been late 90s or early 2000s, and it was at Cathedral of Learning here at University of Pittsburgh.
Right. Yeah, and I believe there was some radical dudes came and showed up, had to get taken out. That was in the local news. Dan Clow's 8-Ball, Chris Ware's Acme Novelty, Chester Brown's Underwater, Adrian Tomina's An Optic Nerve, Joe Matt's Peeps Show, Rest in Peace, Gilbert Hernandez's New Love, also enjoying From Hell by Alan Moore and Eddie Campbell, Adolf by Tezuka. That's a good pedigree, man.
It's amazing. There's no loser in that list.
And check this out. Right now I'm reading Kooky, Dunk, Lou, and 13 going on 18. These are teenage comics from the 60s by John Stanley. Not high art, but they're fun and well crafted.
Yeah, I love those comics too. 13 going on 18, D&Q put out a nice big collection of those so that at least at the time was easy to get hold of.
Right.
Very fun to read. But I remember Tom, who's the
DeHaven,
the publicist of D&Q now?
Yeah.
Shit. High Water Books publisher.
Right.
Man, I'm embarrassed by this.
Devlin.
Tom Devlin, thank you. Tom Devlin did a guest editorial of Comics Journal and got like different cartoonists to write about stuff. And I believe Seth wrote about John Stanley comics in that. So that might have been my first exposure to John Stanley, which is that thing of like cartoonists talking about cartoonists.
Right.
Is something that I always find engaging.
Totally. Now, what Tom Palmer is recommending, Brat Pack, Maximortal, Super Special. I think this is such a funny image juxtaposed with all the Seth.
Yeah.
And I love Rick Veitch, man. I'm on
Yeah.
the record deeply. I think they talk about there might be several issues or something, but like I think only one came out, right? Like the Super Special.
I think there might be 2 specials, but I don't know that they're a series. I think,
Right.
like they're,
I see.
I don't know, bookends or in between books or something.
Then he mentions a comic called Tongue Lash that I don't know.
I don't know that one either.
But Jean-Marc Lafayette, however you say that, like he got in touch with us, man. He was a part of Humanoids or Mobius in some way. And he hit us up about maybe interviewing him.
I just saw a collection of Mobius interviews has been released, like a big book covering, interviews throughout his career.
Right.
And I think it just came out like last week. It's like a new collection.
Top 10 comics, same old, same old. I must have had this issue because I remember seeing this cover.
I like that cover. I don't have that issue, but I like that cover.
The interiors are like never close to match up, unfortunately. Because like I'll see these at Ides, like in the dollar bin, and I always, that first impression is a big deal, and I remember this. But when I pick them up, it's nothing to write home about on the interiors, unfortunately.
The top 100 comics, I think it's noteworthy that it's Spawn, and then Gen 13 is number 12, representing the Image books that are most successful at this time.
Sure. Kingdom Come number 3 squeaked in there, but it's all X titles still.
Yeah.
Like really, it's the inertia.
It really is
of the cartoon was such a phenomenon. It got so many kids into the X-Men, and I do absolutely 100% think that the function of that X-Men cartoon created comic book readers. I truly believe that. That was a sweet spot for me. Like I was in school, I was around a bunch of kids, and they were picking up comics. They were picking up X books. Mm-hmm. And the X books were rife. Like you could get them very easily, still on the newsstand. You didn't have to go to the comic shops and stuff. So this it really marks a period of time, and it's unbelievable how they squandered that.
It's incredible. The top 13 books, 2 are Image, 1 is Kingdom Come, and all the rest are X books.
So that makes Bob Harris like kind of like an untouchable cat. Like he probably could write his ticket in the medium of mainstream comics, and I think he has done so. I think he's reconnected with Jim Lee a bunch of times. Went over to DC and things like this. In the price guide, I do want to get on the record for the M's, man. That Miracleman is now an expensive, it's approaching an expensive comic, and this is something that I want to pay attention to in future conversations. Like we've tracked it before, so it is now considered scarce, and it's issue 15. So maybe even the last issue, because it doesn't have a color.
Yeah.
It's $12.
It's interesting to track that, and I'll be curious to see it over the coming months if it keeps going up, especially once controversy starts to rear its head with Gaiman and McFarlane parting ways. But flipping through the price guide, it reminds me, just having a bunch of these color covers everywhere, that's a big service pre-internet.
Oh, absolutely. And it really, they call it ad work, they call it impressions, creating impressions. Yeah. And, you do enough impressions, and then it makes people more willing to buy. Or, they go to Shop and Save, and then they see the thing that they saw on TV, and then they'll pick it up. Wizard worked that way for me with comics. Like, if I would see almost any of these comics from the price guide in the dollar bins, I just scoop them up automatically.
It felt like they were something. Like,
right.
I don't remember why I need this, but...
All right, let's get out of the price guide.
Savage Dragon gets your character profile this month, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Hey, you know what? We were talking off camera about the show listing, and you said some really interesting stuff about it that I think is worth sharing.
Yeah, right. So we just got back from Big Applecon, and I've been to Big Applecons before this, before we did this last round, and I remembered that the way that we found out about these New York conventions was when we were in art school. We would grab Wizard Magazine, and we would immediately go to the back and see which conventions were happening in the city, And then we would do those day trips, man. Pat Parnell would be the driver. Shouts to him. And I probably even have to get those, go to AAA and get the triptych so that we knew how to map our way to the joint.
Yeah, it's an unsung value.
Yes.
You know, it's one of those things that pre-internet it was hard to find information. So like this stuff that you think is throwaway in the back of the magazine, pretty important.
Absolutely. And I for sure have gone to Pittsburgh shows based on the stuff in the back there, because it would hip you to the toy conventions too that might have Ernie Steiner or the Block family. Do you remember Patrick and Shelley Block? They drew like 10-page duck stories in like Gladstone, you know, Donald Duck comics and things. They would be at all the toy shows and Pittsburgh Comic-Con. Curse of the Spawn, got that Dwayne Turner joint with like all these different character
Always
designs.
love this. This is great stuff to include in an ad for me back in the day.
And what's interesting is like this is probably all they had when it was time to make an ad. So, you know, make hay.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. How about the junk drawer? The first entry there, Batman Collected. This is a Chip Kidd book.
Right.
Pretty interesting. Might be the first Chip Kidd mention in Wizard magazine.
Absolutely. Dude, I actually have this, man. I really do. Shit, where do I put it? But it's the Tommy Toilet ad thing. like somebody got that for me for a birthday.
That's
like
amazing.
Years ago. And it's just kind of like, you know, it's like a kind of a poster thing.
A lot of sculptures.
Yeah, bookends.
I did not remember how popular that stuff was.
Do you remember the Atari game for Superman?
No.
You just there are guys walking around, and presumably they're just all bad guys. Maybe it's like every dude with the derby is a bad guy, and then you could fly, and you go down and you pick them up, and then you just put them in jail. But it's just continuously that. Like there's no in my mind, there's no points, there's no boss, there's no end. You just fly, and it's also Superman, so there's no kryptonite. It's just you do that forever.
Weird.
Yeah. Something tells me I'm missing some nuance. But then again, it was that era. J. Scott Campbell gets the Wizard profile at the end, and you know, he talks about his humble beginnings doing the commercial art thing for like a year. He gave himself a deadline to become a comic book artist and hit his marks. 1993 set a self-imposed deadline. At the end of 6 months, he would be working in comics. He didn't think he would fail. Just felt Just felt I had something to contribute. Confident and focused, and I think that that goes a long way. To like not have a safety net creates a situation where you cannot let yourself fail, and that seems to serve a lot of people for sure.
He has a lot of talk about X-Men Annual number 10. Have we covered that? Maybe in the Essentials we might have looked at it. Art Adams, you know. But
is that the little baby one though?
I don't know if it's the baby one or not, because Adams would do those like annuals
every year.
Yeah. But he says that was like what introduced him to comics. He was immediately hooked, and then first comic read X-Men Annual 10, favorite book of all time, the same. And I say all this just to say like how much of an influence you see Art Adams in the J. Scott Campbell artwork, and a good influence. You know, I think it's some of the cartooniness in J. Scott Campbell's work comes from the Art Adams school. So
this
pretty
piece,
good.
Yeah, this piece right here even shows off some of the things that J. Scott Campbell brought to the table that the other Image guys didn't. Literally facial expressions. You know, it's not the grimace, it's not the smile, it's not the mouth closed or open.
Agreed.
It's got some facial expression to it. We looked at, if you type in J. Scott Campbell's name into our search field on the Kayfabe channel, we did a video where we're like, you know, we'll never forgive J. Scott Campbell for this. And it was, somebody sent us the Nintendo Power where the contest winner for Invent Your Own Video Game was announced. And it was a young Jeffrey Scott. Looked like a young Alfred E. Newman at the time. He didn't have this 90210 Sulot haircut. But you get to see some glimpses of that artwork inside, and it was full bore Art Adams style with the inking and all of that.
And I think 23 at this point.
Amazing.
That's probably it's I always make a big deal about like how many of these people we see at shows that are like 19 and their first comic and it looks great,
right,
and they're so young, but like J. Scott Campbell is one of those dudes, you know?
He levels up a lot. Favorite work of my own, Gen 13, number 3 miniseries. Really felt made a huge jump artistically from the first 2 issues, and I completely agree. Like, when you go through that, and you know what, we could probably do an episode where we go through the 4. I have it in trade paperback.
Yeah, I think I have the whole miniseries.
But issue 3 is Pitt.
Yes.
And so you gotta step up your anatomy game whenever you're drawing Pitt.
I think Pitt might be number 3 in Cyberforce as well.
Yeah.
Everybody would have Pitt guest star.
Yeah, right. And I think he was introduced in Youngblood number 3 with the backup feature.
I think you're right.
Yeah. It was Shadowhawk number 2 and then Pitt number 3. Fantastic. Comics is in a death spiral, ladies and gentlemen, and I think Wizard illustrates it pretty well. Like, they're doing everything they can to try to give it a shot in the arm with these crossovers and things, but it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, it's like it's harder and harder for them to get that lightning in a bottle, that thing that is popular with comic readers. You know, I don't know that anything is. It's bits and pieces.
We, up to this point, you know, all of the 90s, so for 6 years, we've been sold a bill of goods, and we've been burnt often. Like, at this point, no longer am I fucking with any of those Image books. So, like, when The Darkness comes out and it has some heat, I'm not touching it. Like, I thought it was pretty special that Garth Ennis was messing with it, and the fact that Alan Moore was working for those guys. But I never picked any of those up because I wasted my money, and I identified at that point that I'm like, I wasted a lot of money. I'm grabbing Complete Crumb comics at this time.
That's the thing. Once you start expanding, you know, like maybe you start buying manga at this time, you start looking at these Stray Bullets and these indie comics, like, it really does, to me at least at the time, because that was my trajectory. Mm-hmm. It really did change, like, what are you getting with your Image comic? And it was not much compared to, say, a complete story and something else.
I went to the comic shop every Wednesday, even while this stuff was going on. I was still picking up Wizard, you know, through inertia. Methadone stage, I call it. But I wasn't picking up much new work, and that gave me that opportunity to build the 8 balls, you know, catch up to 8 Ball and Hate Comics and all of that stuff, you know, start piecing together my Love and Rockets collection, fill in those back orders, because, like, at this point, beyond the shadow of a doubt, Bill Boychelle, proprietor of Copacetic Comics, divested BEM, and Phantom of the Attic absorbed all of his backstock. So this is 2 Phantoms of the Attics ago, where was the real little spot, and that back section was the oasis. That's where I stayed. I was still too shy to grab the collection of Pussy, you know, because, like, I remember seeing that all the time. Pussy, real big, you know. But I got those 8 Balls and Silly Daddy, Joe Chiappetta. You remember that dude? Yep. I started to grab. Man, pretty soon it will be Russ Cochran gets the rights to release EC comics, and the way he did it was there was every month there was a fresh EC comic. Like, I think they would be bi-monthly, but if you get all the titles, like, you're able to get at least 1 or 2 comics a month from EC. So I got all of those. I was done with Marvel, DC. You know, all the Legend stuff I got on my pull list for sure. Madman. Never really messed with Usagi.
The when Phantom was at that location, like 3 locations ago,
the Brown store.
I think I only made it there once, but I remember buying the hardcover of Stray Bullets. It might have been when they were getting ready to move and had stuff on discount or something, because that was a big purchase for me at that time.
Yeah, it was a $50 book.
But that's how I got my first, like, the collection of those first issues, because I was missing a few of those.
Yeah.
And that's big oversized. We looked at it on a previous video, but that's one that I remember from Phantom from 30 years ago.
That's it. That was on my pull list. It's crazy. Crazy times, man. And going through these Wizard magazines, it is funny to, like, sort of revisit, because I didn't go to the comic shop, but I was not buying the picks from the Wizard's hat.
It is interesting, this era of Wizard, because a lot of this stuff is like, maybe I'm aware of it, but probably don't remember it. Certainly not on a month by month as it's unfolding.
Good to go?
Yes.
So what do you say, Jimmy? The microphones, maybe.
A lot of evidence to that.
Pretty wild. I think we have to make sure that the latency stuff
Yeah.
is a thing too. So I'll do the jump style, and then we'll do Switchblade.
Great.
And it looks like I'm still doing real good on battery, so.
Cool. I'm going to run to the bathroom again. This later starts me, and I drink more coffee, Ed, before we get rolling.
Some heat up.
Not wearing the lapel mics this time, Rob.
Was he commenting on recording SPN?
He said mic off, yeah.
Yeah, no, we just got the... Man, it's crazy how Bluetooth would affect... Yeah, I'm gonna go whiz real fast, too.
I have not seen that Bloodrick comic in person, but I have seen it online, and the cover sure looks amazing. So next time I hit a store that has it, I am curious to flip inside.
All right, guys, we're going to be looking at, got the copy of the Jump Style Hip Hop Family Tree collection.
I don't understand why nobody's figured this out in America.
Right.
It's so good on a flip through. Look at that.
Yeah, and you could see how it works at the top. Like, it is colored paper.
I love it.
It's not like CMYK. So, like, we'll talk about that. There's one piece that's CMYK. It's this, because you could see the half signature.
Mm-hmm.
You see how it's like half white, half blue. So that's printed blue, and it's my least favorite. Like, it shouldn't be that big. So that's the next vid.
I want a copy of that bad.
Yeah.
It's such a cool book.
I hit them up, and you know, they tried to saddle me with my comps while I'm out there because it was convenient for them. But that's room for other mangas that I should be buying. You know, fucking 5-6 of these. That's a big footprint. So I gave them my address and said, "Nah, you send that stuff here if you can lock me in, Jimmy." That's the thing too. The monitor looks real clear. Well, it doesn't right now, but when
It comes in and out.
Yeah.
That clarity, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
West Coast Dave Venger said Japan Book Hunter has 6 left.
That's cool because I know he got an extra 20. Like, he sold at least 30 of them, so we'll get rid of the last batch. I signed a bunch of these. at the Comic-Con.
It's a great format. Man, it's a great format. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to be looking at the Shonen Jump style Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus collection. But first, got to let you guys know that we're a daily YouTube channel with more than 1,600 videos at your disposal. We might have talked about your favorite comics. Go to the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, hit the magnifying glass, and search for your favorite comics. Check out those episodes. We are in part brought to you by the Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on the Patreon are goodly enough to, pledge some support. And with that, we give them all videos before anybody else gets access to them. A bunch of them are hanging out in the live stream chat session as we record these videos right now. This could be a Kayfabe-affected book because Koenji Sean, Japan Book Hunter, has some stock in the Jump style Japanese Hip Hop Family Tree collection put out by Press Pop. He sent me this package just a couple of days ago. It actually came the day that you and I left for New York. This magazine right here is the first appearance of Ryu, the Strongest Man on Earth, and by Kaze Shinobu, which is a video that we've done. Like, look at that.
Amazing
stuff. Isn't that just badass comics? We did a bigger story. We did a bigger video with Koenji Sean about Kaze Shinobu, checking out all of Kaze's ephemera. But, like, that's a badass fucking mask. That's a badass character. It ends with him, gobstopping the earth and cracking it like a jawbreaker.
Wow.
Look at that pedigree. So I want to show this off to just kind of show you what a typical Japanese manga magazine looks like. You get a couple, newsprint pages that are regular, but then there will be signatures where you get pinks, blues, you get different colored inks throughout.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful package. I think we flipped through several of these over the years, and I just it's such a pleasing look.
I agree, man, and it was on the mind since I connected with these guys with the first round of Hip Hop Family Tree. They put out 4 individual books, but then I hit them up with the idea, how about a Jump style, Hip Hop Family Tree? There's enough to support like a magazine length. Like, look at that, dude. Phone books, man. There's enough to support that. So, like, let's cobble something together. Drop the color out. It's cheap too, man. 2,700 yen. That's like 23 bucks off the newsstand there. If you're in Japan or you go into Japan, any of the disc unions or Tower Records will have it.
That's great. It's even printed askew. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, totally. So I thought we would just dig in a little bit, kind of show it off. What's cool is you could see that we chose like many different colors. You want to go pastel as much as possible, and if you really look close, you could see that the individual signatures are actually, it's full color paper, so it's not printed colors to make the different color tones. All that with the exception of like one signature right there where you see that half of it is like white, the other half is a dark blue.
You mentioned Japan Book Hunter has these. I feel like had them.
It's possible.
You're probably watching this video in the future.
When we went to when we went to New York, Big Applecon, I signed about 5 or 6 of those.
Mm-hmm. We have one of the King Kayfabers in the audience brought one to you to be signed.
Yeah, that's so sweet. So, some Photoshop trickery had to be done. You gotta there's 2 layers. There's the black ink line. So it looks like they potted up the black to make it more black. They probably should have let it be. And you tone down the color layer. Now, because the color layer is all one layer in my style. I just kind of continuously flatten it.
It's nice. It gives you a little bit of texture on these, and I think when we get to the color backgrounds, it's really going to shine.
Right.
Having that bit of some gray values.
Right.
Yeah, you can see it. That's very effective.
And with my color, it's already spotty. You know, it's patchy because I was just scanning in old comic books. So it looks great, you know, with that style in mind.
It's interesting to see the different paper colors. Like this green is really good.
Nuclear.
You know, it is. Yeah. You mentioned like makes me want a whole grand design with this just as a black and white print on this color paper.
Right.
That would be sweet.
After we made the deal pretty quickly to do the first Hip Hop Family Tree in Japanese. And then it came back, and to me it was like the superior book. And I know Fantagraphics hates hearing that and stuff like that, but it's just the paper that they use and the cover wraps and stuff is just it feels, the tactility of it is amazing. But when it came back and I saw that they kind of washed out like my lettering, and then they did hand lettering like kanjis for sound effects, man, I added a lot more of those to the future volumes just because I couldn't wait to see what they look like whenever it gets translated into Japanese.
This pink paper is really nice too.
Yeah.
The art looks good on the paper. You know, like they're such experts at paper, you know, at printing.
Right.
Like I bet you they had all kinds of paper stocks they were trying and thinking about and, you know, did pretty well.
They're thorough.
That's cool. Two color.
Yeah, you got to do that one, right? Because like we've seen that with like the blue inks and stuff, or like if I was in full control, like the first batch would be orange, because you know like they always use that process red.
Yeah, that would be really good, and you can see how that would look here because it would be swapping out that green for that red color.
Right.
There's a lot, you know, like as great as this is, there's still these ideas. Like it blows my mind to look at this and think like my head is exploding with ideas of ways to print and do some different color stuff now.
Right.
And how hasn't this been why don't we have 1,000 of these? It's instantly it makes sense. You see this and it's like, yes, of course.
With the comic I'm working on now, like this might be what my books look like moving forward.
Why wouldn't they? It looks incredible. The yellow's a great color. And that's that more pastel yellow.
Yeah. But yeah, Press Pop is very thorough. Like when I was doing the action figure designs for them, I was able to get the exact Pantone colors that I wanted. I was able to, you know, let them know, and I didn't want to abuse it because I knew how much that stuff costs, like each new color. But they never said no, or they never like slowed it down.
It looks really good in this format.
Yeah, it's super fun, and what's real fun to see online are like the super fans who have both. You know, they got the Fantagraphics Omnibus, and then they have their jump style to show off. Whenever I put this out, you know, like whenever I was promoting it online, people were already chomping at the bit, to the point where people at Press Pop like had to put out like a statement about like how its availability and you know how they plan on proceeding with it. I don't quite remember all the details because I think they might work with Fanta a little bit, but maybe not. When it comes to fulfillment, I forget how that is going to work or shake out. But I do not know that JapanBookHunter.com is a place where you're going to be able to get some. And I signed a bunch for him. See, when this came, it was the last day. It came at the tail end of our last shoot, the last day kicking it with him. I really wanted it to show up before then because I wanted him to like
it'd be fun.
Do a video
Definitely.
in Japanese.
This color paper, this like light blue grayish color, feels very manga phone book to me.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's some of your purple inks.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that one for sure, man. We just seen that in the old Kaze stuff.
Yeah, that's really sharp. It reminds me, you know, like I did one printing of Street Angel with That House Books, and it was like this with the purple ink, and it was on pink paper, but that was printed pink. You know, it wasn't pink paper. It was something that we spec'd a PMS color for it.
Right, and see, that's the
Which
thing.
Which is weird that it's color paper's available, but it's...
Anything you do differently costs money.
Yes.
So that would have added to the cost of your book for sure, when you could have just achieved that. And, you know, if I'm sure you PMS'd it. So when you do PMS, it's not CMYK dots to make the color. It's just PMS ink.
That's it. Yeah.
So that's...
It was just like a light pink.
Yeah, so that's the move.
Yeah.
You know, so you don't get any dots like to fuck up your stuff.
This book is so fantastic. It makes me wonder if Fantagraphics will end up doing one of these at some point. You know, like an English language version.
Right.
Because it's just so attractive. But it also makes me wonder, like, Part of me goes, man, I don't know if you want to show this off. Like to me, this is a blueprint to make good-looking books that don't look like other books.
Totally. And my Switchblade Shorties, it's already built like that. I have 5 chapters done, and there are some that are on white paper with blue ink. Mm-hmm. There are some that are on green, and I do think that like when it's cut and when you see it on the shelf, it's not going to look any different than this.
It's neat too whenever you make something like this, because now this becomes like your Rosetta Stone as to like, okay, what color combinations do I like? Which ones aren't in here that I should try?
Yeah, like I would say this is too blue. I didn't choose this blue, but I don't think that's the blue. It's really hurting the reading experience when you get to those pages. But this is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's like a brown purple ink.
Yeah, this is like a set of colors that I didn't think to. And maybe this next chapter of Switchblade Shorties I'm working on, maybe it'll be this like wine color, crimson or whatever you want to call that. And what I could just do is scan that in and fucking eyedrop that.
It's so neat too to see something that like I've seen this work in different formats.
Yeah.
And yet this is completely fresh.
Right.
It's amazing.
It was really cool seeing this out in the wild at like a disc union. It was amongst all these other music bags and stuff.
It looks good here, and you could do this in one color printing. Like this is a black and white print if you set up your files right.
Right.
Which is to say, not expensive.
Right.
This chapter in particular.
Right.
But it looks really good. It reminds me too, like some of the papers that remind me of those phone books, it's really fascinating to see. It really shows it off. The art's crisp too. They did a nice job. I bet it was not that easy to convert the color into what we see here, because it looks really good.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because like I was trying to reverse engineer, like try to figure out how they do some of that stuff, and it baffles me.
You know what it is? Probably a lot of experimentation in the beginning, and maybe run some test prints, and then you set up an action and batch process all of it.
Yes, I'm quite sure, because there would be essentially 3 layers. There'd be the paper texture, which is like the newspaper, so they drop that out.
Okay,
that's completely dropped out because you could see that that's just very flat, and then they're playing around with that color layer to try to get it to work, because I can imagine these darks could be very dark.
Yeah,
with some of these colors that I use.
Where they keep the texture really sings. Like whenever you get to see some of those textures in the grays, I think that really works great.
Right,
and adds a lot of depth on it too. On essentially like a black line art.
And this will probably be telling, because I would bet that I used just yellow, and the yellow has had fuss to it. Because I just scanned that from the old comic book page, but it's completely flat here, so they somehow were able to like drop that stuff out.
That could be a level adjustment too. Those lighter colors, if you bump that white point up just a little bit, your yellow will turn white.
It makes so much sense that they would gravitate to this hip hop stuff, because like there was like several stores that I went to that had like outdated New York City like subway signs and shit like in their store. Like they ordered this stuff at like Sotheby's, just weird New York shit. All of our like old clothes, like starter jackets, are like hip vintage to them and stuff. Brian talked about on one of the streams that we did, like somebody's walking around with just like a Cleveland Browns starter jacket and shit. And it just was like,
poor
what?
Guy.
Yeah. But there it is, man. Super happy about this. Kind of, when you look at something old, like, that's my past. First, I didn't think it was this many goddamn pages, It's really a heck of a snapshot, and this presentation as like an art object is probably one of my favorite books that has my name on it somewhere.
I'm ready to go home and rip this off.
Yeah.
So I apologize, Ed. And maybe it'll be a while before I do, but geez, how do you, I imagine a lot of people watching this right now are thinking a similar thing. It's a phenomenal package.
It's a super fun project. It's a super cool art object, and at this point in time right now, the gaijins out there, the people in the West, the people that could easily understand what I'm saying, probably Japan Book Hunter is the guy to get it from the easiest. So hit him up and see if he has any copies left. And thank you guys who have already scooped these up, signed a bunch of them in New York City. It's the first time I was able to show you what the heck it looked like.
Yeah, brilliant. What a book.
I'm good to go if you are. Boom.
Yeah, man. There's so much stuff in there that I haven't seen before, and it's like... Think of how many books we have around us.
Right.
Like, to really deliver something that's different and new, it doesn't happen that often, especially on that scale.
Yeah.
Wow.
When you see it out like that, you just imagine that that's like the Gansfeld or like Kramer's Ergo.
That's the thing, you know, like there are pieces. It's not unprecedented, but that total package and presentation, and also taking something that was full color.
Right.
I mean, I could imagine entire lines of stuff, like Marvel classic, Golden Age, Silver Age Marvel, and DC. Like, it feels like you could do this treatment to a lot of comics that exist in this country, and it would be fresh and new and good looking, and
like
people will rip this off.
I mean, this is what Switchblade is built to be.
Yeah,
and,
it should be,
and it might be Eddie P comics moving forward. Really,
it's how I work on everything. You know, it's like all the aphrodisiac stuff was just like experiment for the next piece.
Right.
And it feels like whenever you see it, like, why wouldn't you jump on it? There's a lot to take out of that book. I'm ready to cut the spine off and just like have it up on the wall, man. Diagrams. we'll put some string between pages.
Yeah, that's the one wet proof that I don't have that I wish I did, man. You know, because like where it's like the unbound signatures.
I'll tell you what, man, it might be worth reaching out to them and being like, "What kind of proofs do you have on this? Send them to me."
Yeah.
Because I mean, they throw that stuff out.
Right.
You know, it doesn't mean anything if you're getting that on all kinds of books, but they might have a pile of interesting stuff that goes with that's just going to end up recycled.
Let me grab my pages.
Yeah, congratulations, man. That's really something.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
Hey, Tall Matt, I've been printing with Mixam, mixam.com. Nothing but good stuff. Probably the last 5 or 6 books that I've printed on my own have been with them. The last thing I printed with them, there was a snafu in the print. They completely fixed it very fast. So I have no complaints with them. And they have on their homepage, you can enter in all your specs and get an instant quote, which is really fun if you're a bookmaker and a nerd.
Right.
Like, I just imagine book projects and entering the specs there.
With
it's so stupid.
With Switchblade, they do landscape. You could do landscape books. So that was like a cool, I found that out.
Man, these look good.
I want to pull out the character pages.
Some of this stuff, like the grays that you're making, there were some skies on that top page. Really pops.
Yeah,
like this stuff.
Yeah,
that's really sharp.
The skies. That's a new piece to my.
It's a great
style.
contrast with the flat blacks.
Yeah. Like the atmosphere.
Lettering's really nice. You know, like this kind of page really demonstrates all the various lettering.
That's really
Same
the first
there.
appearance.
Man, seeing them like this is something.
And it's just about 6 months of work. Pull out some of this. The alien autopsy pieces.
That 8 panel one's a nice one.
This might be the thing where we let autofocus go because of the mound. Let it refocus as it needs to. Which one's the color? Is it the color?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. That's the focus. Okay, so that's the color. We'll lock that in. All right, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Got a good one for you guys today, man. A big announcement. But first, got to let you guys know that the channel is a daily YouTube channel with more than 1,600 videos to date. We might have talked about your favorite comics. So go onto the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, hit the magnifying glass, and give the channel a search for your favorite episodes, your favorite comic books, and check out those episodes. The King Kayfabers on our Patreon are a big help to the channel to keep it going on a regular basis. The Kings at the highest support level get all the videos before anybody else, and that usually can mitigate the kayfabe effect. When we talk about something pretty rare or very interesting, they get the cheapest copies on the aftermarket. Many of them are hanging out with us in the live stream recording session, watching us make these episodes alive. About 3 dozen are in there right now, so the subscription can pay for itself when we cover the right books that you're interested in. But without further ado, Jimmy, I am making an announcement that on January 1st of 2024, I'm going to begin serializing what I hope to be a daily comic strip on all of my social media platforms and the Cartoonist Kayfabe social media platforms. Going to be calling it Switchblade Shorties, and I think even here on the channel every week, maybe as like a Saturday morning cartoon kind of thing, there'll be a second video that goes live on Saturdays where I just kind of read through the previous week's strips, show off the images, and get the good word out there on this new project I've been putting together, man. Been working at it for about 6 months to date. Have 112 strips done. I hope to have 120 done by the end of the calendar year of 2023. We're on track to do that. 10 days to do 7 more. I think I could hit that, no problem. But these characters in a prototypical stage have already appeared. If you scooped up Red Room Crypto Killers 3, got a backup feature called Latchkey Kids. That was the original name for this comic series. I thought Switchblade, like the idea of Switchblade playing with sharp objects and kids, like that just seemed more evocative. But this particular story, it's a Bigfoot tale where they're going around killing lanternflies. It's colored with marker, and I think that whenever it comes to book time, and I have a format locked down as to like what size and scale the book will be, I think that it's going to turn into a colored book, like maybe with volume 2 of Switchblade Shorties. It'll be a full color thing, using marker color, using color pencil. It was very important to me to use the tools that a kid would use to do the color, because I wanted it to feel like sort of organic, wanted it to feel messy, but and poppy, like disabuse myself of color theory a lot. Let it feel juvenile.
For all the tools that we have now digitally, I feel like their actual color on paper still brings something that can't be replicated.
Totally. When before the chaos ensues, like they're in the green, you know. But then the second they start having the Roman candles go off, I wanted all the panels to be different colors, and then it becomes hot. Like they basically are setting the forest on fire.
Yeah, it's a really good use of color.
Yeah. So that's what exists already. Now, what I'm going to be doing, and I'll just explain it, the strategy to the people, in case you might have some interest in doing a daily strip. We could bring back the format in a way. So, as you can see, I have these comics laid out in a landscape fashion, and with Instagram on my mind, right? The way it'll have to be sort of disseminated there is you're bound by. Let me try to explain it as clearly as possible. So the first, if you have a sequence of images that you want to flip through on Instagram. So for instance, this strip will be 6 swipeable images. You are bound by the scale of the first image that you choose. Like the scroll will not resize.
Right.
Depending on like your image, so it'll scale everything. If I had this panel and then panel 2 was this size, it would only give me this much of a panel that was this size. So you're bound by that, but there's still plenty of room to play within that format. And for me right now, I have about 84,000 followers on Instagram. It's my biggest platform, so I'm going to have to format these strips to fit my biggest platform. It would be stupid not to do it this way. I have about 5 chapters done so far, and at the beginning, page 1 of every chapter is an introduction piece with a little fresh piece of lettering or whatever, and the characters are answering a question that you do not hear being read off, but they're all answering the question in their own voices. So, for instance, this one is about like your favorite color. This one is about their parents. And what was kind of slick about it is you can get some sense of like their family life. Like this girl calls her parents by her mom by her first name. I knew those kids. You know?
Yes, I did too.
And they would probably smoke young and shit like that. This one would be your favorite comedian. So, they all stay on brand, and it's my effort to like really reinforce who the characters are through repetition. Like every time you're launched into a new sequence. I formatted these chapters, these episodes, to be about 20 pages at the very least, to like 25 pages, because I had it in mind that maybe it'll be issues, maybe I'll
right.
maybe, like, and in that case I have 5 issues worth of these things done. So it's a good idea to have, reinforce the characters with every issue, if every issue is somebody's first issue, kind of thing. This was a fun one, and this is a multi-part story. It's about either 4 or 5 parts long when it's all said and done, and it's going to be the kind of culmination of book 1. Like book 1 will end with the last part of Full Moon in Still Valley, but this is just showing off all their trapper keepers.
That's a really good concept.
This one is like who their characters would be in Dungeons and Dragons when they play D&D.
This is fun.
Yeah.
They're a little Dutch angle in there.
That's the thing too. Like this is a tokusatsu Super Sentai fucking comic. It's in black and white now, but we'll just wait till I start doing color ones. Because the characters, they like when the time comes, they're all gonna have their animal shaped bike helmets, and they got their sort of outfits that they've agreed upon and shit, and they go on adventures. I love the way that looks, because this character, her eyes are always covered. So like when she puts on her helmet, like she has the biggest eyes.
It's a cool drawing.
Yeah, it's not far off from like a Hawkman type of thing.
Right.
It's a 90s comic. I consider them, it's Switchblade Shorties, the last of the latchkey kids is how I'm sort of billing it. And the characters, Soto Pop Tanner, Pinky Winslow, Sheena Belvedere, Charlene Kinnison, Foster Lambert. That's like almost exclusively like TGIF sitcom last names and shit, with the exception of the Kinnison character. These are blank because I'm just going to kind of copy and paste.
I like to imagine Lambert a Jack Lambert reference.
Right. Foster Lambert is from, there was a show called Step by Step. It's the one with Suzanne Summers and Patrick Duffy? I forget. Duffy. And they were like a Brady Bunch for the 90s. He brought his family. She brought her family. He was the Fosters. They were the Lamberts.
Fun to see the screen tone showing up.
Yeah, that just came from Japan, and I've been doing the little figuring out with the back end of the X-Acto how to like chip off the dots in a pleasing way. I'm not 100% sure how this is going to print these finer dots. So I'm going to do one. I don't know what the final format will be. That's something that has to be hashed out. And if it's printed big enough, like I'll do more. I'll do more with the dots. But it is a 90s story, so there will be pop culture references throughout, including things like the alien autopsy.
This is really neat. So here we see like the 8-panel grid.
Right.
Breaking down. And I don't know exactly how you're going to format this for Instagram, but as you were saying earlier with the ratio, if the first post on your series, you define the size.
Right.
So potentially these could be 8 slides
it could be,
on an Instagram.
Yeah, between 8 and 4.
Right.
Because you could do the 2.
Yep.
2.
But just from like flipping through this stack for preparation for this recording, it's interesting to see you play with the format of the page.
Yeah, we'll show some of those off. That was a censor bar.
Yep. Mm-hmm. This is an all ages video.
Right. but this is what Jimmy's talking about. Like, you're defined by the size of your first thing, man. So because I have these more landscape horizontal panels, like I have to opt to put 2 panels up at a time for the gram. Now on like Facebook, on Twitter, I'll probably just put the single page every day. And the cool thing is when you isolate the images, I did that before I went to Japan. With Webtoon, it'll scroll just right down. Mm-hmm. So that'll be pretty fun. I encourage everybody to hit the Instagram. There's a dedicated Switchblade Shorties Instagram. I'd like to have 2,000 followers on the gram before I put up episode 1, and we're getting pretty close to that. There's the characters with their helmets and stuff, playing with a lot of the angles. I'm really like learning a lot about comics. I'm teaching myself a lot about drawing as I make these strips, because I'm trying to be economic, and I'm trying to hit those marks of like doing the 1 a day. I'm trying my best to do the 1 a day, and the
value is really exceptional. Again, flipping through where you get to see a series of these,
right?
That's something that I think stands out compared to some of your previous work. Is feels like you've got a full range of value on each of these pages, and it really works. Like whenever you then go to hard black and white in a panel, that can be an effect. Right,
totally. I was gonna just do zips the whole time and have like a more clean line, but it turned out to be more time in the computer than I was like willing to give. So, man, we might have read Julio's Day this week, and I'm like, Gilbert is pretty sharp with those rapidograph backgrounds, yep. Man. And you could imagine that this could be a zipatone, but having the organic lines, that's Harold Gray or like the classic strip guys from back in the day. It's still Eddie P. So like, don't think that I'm trying to like hone in on your young adult market, even though this is a comic I would read as a young adult far more than fucking anything that they're selling as young adult. But it's still the Red Room guy doing his thing.
I like to imagine you were like putting together a cover or something for a Red Room collection, and it like leaks into your
right.
your daily.
Here's another example where want the girls to be the focal point, but so you just kind of drop out the background. I drew this page on a Kayfabe stream, and as I was like shading the background, I was like, let me see if I could do that like laser background that was in all of our school pictures. And if I remember right, I think you had to pay more to have your pictures with the laser. The MacGuffin for the comic is that there's a missing kid who's a peer of theirs, a friend. So he's kind of the driving force to kind of set them off on adventures. These skies, man. We were looking at maybe some Robert Crumb something, and Kayfabe definitely inflects itself upon my drawing.
Really good example here of both texture and value. Like I was admiring this sky, and there were a couple others along that vein. but the contrast between the flat black and the gray that you're pulling out in your I don't know what the word is because it's not exactly hatching,
Right.
but it's very interesting to see, and it looks cool on screen where you can really kind of see that gradation.
This was a page that I ran by you and some other fellas because I was kind of unsure about the composition, and I went with unanimously. You guys said stick with a fixed camera because essentially what I did, it started off as fixed camera, but you see how far back that pushes this character. What I was doing was I was zooming in so that you saw very clearly the transformation that he's slowly turning, morphing back into human. And then this image was like took up the length pretty much, and it would have made for a more rigorous drawing. You'd see him better and all that kind of stuff. But to show the diminished scale and to keep that fixed camera, I do think that it was the way to go.
I think it'll look really good scrolling too.
Right.
Like it's cool to see all 4 panels here, but whether it's on Instagram or Webtoon, scrolling I think will really sell it, especially with the movement of the moon.
Right.
And then, the figure being in the same spot, whenever you scroll, that'll really come across.
Yeah. This is good strip in and of itself. It could be like independent of even the comic. So once again, I want to invite everybody to join the Switchblade Shorties Instagram. It's at the link in the description directly below this video. It's going to start coming out on January 1st of 2024, and I'm super excited to present this material to you.
It's really strong cartooning.
Here got some classmates getting
Yeah, right.
meeting their end. And of course, those classmates. See, I'm kind of going backwards in the strips. It was real important, and it's it's Mobius on his regular comics, but in comic strips, right? Every cartoonist signs their stuff and then dates it. But what I noticed rereading a bunch of strips is when you read, like, say, Terry and the Pirates Volume 1 or Lil Abner or something, they don't know when they're coming out. So the first batches of strips are always numbered rather than dated, and then usually 6 weeks later or something, like the dates will start to come up. Once all you got to do is set the schedule, and I wasn't sure if I was going to hit the marks that I wanted to hit by January 1st. So I just started dating them with the date that I drew them rather than the date.
That makes so much more sense to me.
Yeah, in this modern day and age, just do it that way.
Yeah, I think so.
But definitely number them all, because that's also a stroke to me of that's Lapham on Stray Bullets. How the comic in the collections and stuff, the number would just continuously be increasing.
Oh, that's interesting. Go back one page.
Yes, sir.
I haven't seen this before. 2 different sizes, you're breaking you sort of have quarters are important.
Right.
But then you can kind of play within those quarters.
Right.
This is the first time I noticed that the 2 panels in the quarter are different sizes.
Right.
Which again, I think that kind of approach to visual variety is important.
Yeah.
Not something you see everywhere, but I think that's really effective.
Yeah, and you don't see it here like all the time, because sometimes you get into the rhythm of writing for 4, and it just kind of feels snappy. But
the lettering looks really nice too at this scale.
But then sometimes it's fun to kind of you could cut this one up to be a panel in and of itself. Yeah, the lettering, it's big, it's bold. What I do is take the 1.0 Copic marker, and it's not thick enough. So what I do is just fucking jab it, stab it into the paper, and go like this and just mash it about, and then it splays out and gives me that thick.
I'm at the age where I probably need reading glasses now.
Right.
So I lay in bed reading stuff, and it'll be like holding it far. The old man trick of arm's length.
Right.
Yeah. So I appreciate this size lettering. Love this kind of lettering too, having some variety within that lettering. The variety thing keeps it visually interesting.
Right.
And if you look at this page, you have bold, you have a standard lettering. This is very expressive and different, and then this is a different size yet again. So a lot of variety on one page within lettering, which people don't even think about lettering half the time.
Right. So there it is, man. I just want to put the blast out to everybody that I've been working super, super hard on doing this daily comic strip, and I cannot wait to present it to you guys. Ultimately, it'll find its way in print, and I don't know what will happen with the daily strip, when that happens. We're sort of working on deals and things, but you're definitely going to be able to read this thing online, and I hope you guys keep up with it. I think having a dedicated Instagram where it all kind of just lives will be a good way. That's a good sort of home base to kind of check in on it.
I like this library page a lot. Some cool drawing on there.
That's definitely one of those pages that, you know, we talk about before where it's like, man, I just know Jaime would do it in a much more elegant way and not have to put so many fucking lines on a
That
page.
may be true, but there's a lot of great stuff here. I like these trees in the foreground whenever they're going in, and like that's fantastic. Foreground character, you know, good angle.
This is the Homestead Library, by
Yeah.
the way. I made sure to
That's good.
represent my joint. So, there's a bunch of stuff.
Wow.
110 pages right here. Oh yeah, the third chapter, like be on the lookout. Like that should start coming out around March, where it's all in first person point of view, and there's an ethereal like narrator character who's a classmate of theirs, first day of school. You know, like a new kid in class, and spends time with each of the characters, but the camera never talks. You don't know if it's a boy or girl.
That's a great idea.
It was a fun experiment. This one, like I hope it comes across, where they're hanging out on Pinky's bed watching wrestling. You see Hulk up there, and then Pinky like lunges, dips behind the camera. You see the hands coming forward, and then you see like it's like the clinch of
It's good stuff.
of the sleeper hold. And then you see him kind of like waffling back, and then you see the camera's hands kind of shaking, looking up at the ceiling with the eyeballs kind of closing.
Amazing. This is like Stu Hart.
Right. Yeah.
Let me show you a move.
Right down in the dungeon, man. So there you have it. Switchblade Shorties, daily comic strip. Hopefully, you know, like I at least got you guys covered at least until April.
This is one of my favorite things too in comics. Panels in panels.
Right. That dot matrix printer paper, dude. Because that's the era. I never explicitly call it out. And you know, that's like a money shot right there.
Yep. I like this too with the different size white space around there.
Yeah.
Haven't seen much of that in this stack going through. And any time these kinds of, experiments show up, it's pretty neat. You know, it kind of pops. It's that little bit of thoughtfulness.
How about we leave it at this one, man? They're having a little slumber party. And, you know, want to watch some Barney tapes before bed. And then, of course, the feistiest of the kids sneaks this off of her big brother, Faces of the Death 1 and Faces of the Death 3.
Man, I remember watching Faces of Death whenever I was probably too young to watch it, and it disturbed me so badly. I thought about that thing for like weeks.
Yeah, I think we looked at the page that comes right after that. You know, not too far from there. But there it is, man. Switchblade Shorties coming to you January 1st, 2024 on a daily basis. You could read ahead on my Patreon right now, patreon.com/edpiscore. $3 gets you the archive there, and all the Red Room is up there as well. So, that's it. There you have it, man. Good to go, Jimmy?
Yes.
Probably froze up. Probably stop it from here. Yeah, I'll stop it from here. Cool. Thank you so much for indulging me, Jimmy.
Those pages look great.
Still got 38% on this.
I'm excited to see that thing like presented in various broken down strip ways online. I think that's going to be a really cool honestly, I'll be curious too like what your takeaways are once you start doing it and seeing it in that different format too.
What are the 4 videos? I have the Killing Joke, the Watchmen Portfolio, the Donald Duck,
And Freak Show.
Freak Show. Yeah, Freak Show.
Yeah. I gotta find that Bear Mountain book.
I got it in my hands. I pulled it. It was sitting in there.
Okay. Radimus.
This may be one we have to raise.
Mm-hmm. As usual.
Yeah, we'll have to shoot that. We'll shoot that last.
The move here is you airdrop the bigger files on the new iPad because it encodes or renders the files much faster. We'll start getting that all set up for when it's edit time.
What do you have in mind for this?
Okay, it's a graffiti D at AOL.com. GRAFFITI. Or no.
I'm gonna let you say that one whenever
Yeah.
the time comes to say that.
Yeah, I'll pull that out. But, we're putting it out. I'll pull out, let me get this started. I'll pull out that link from AE Index.
Do you have the other one, the Absolute?
Can't find it. Like I have it, but I don't know
That's
where it is.
hilarious.
Yeah. I don't know where it is. It was up there for the longest time, but I must have put it away. Okay, yeah, because I got the info of like what's going to be included. So when you sort of like, hey guys, congratulations, or like we're in luck, like there's gonna be a Batman Killing Joke, Brian Bolland, artist edition, but in the intro you said it plainly, we need your help, and we could just like look through this stuff.
Yep.
Good to go.
Yeah. Ooh, lock that in.
Yeah. And make sure that the light is
light's
on the
on.
mic. Okay. Good.
Yep. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And we are a daily comic book YouTube channel. We have over 1,500 videos in our back catalog, and you can search those on our Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage. Look up your favorite cartoonist, your favorite comic book. Chances are we may have already covered some of that material. I also want to remind everybody that Cartoonist Kayfabe is partially brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 different levels on our Patreon that'll give you access to our videos early, and at the top level, the King Kayfaber level, you will get access to all of our videos first because you get to sit in on the recording session, contribute to the conversation, and see the books that we are covering way before anybody else sees them, which allows you to buy them before everybody else is looking for them. In some cases, that means saving before the price goes up. In some cases, it means getting that rare book that will disappear quickly.
So check out the Patreon, see which level suits you best, and we appreciate your patronage. All right, Ed, we have all kinds of videos on here, looking at craft, looking at stories, talking to creators, and now and then we do public service announcements, and we do the greater good for the comics world, and I think this is one of those videos that is the greater good. First of all, to comic fans out there and comic art fans, congratulations, because word is there is a Batman Killing Joke Artist Edition on its way, featuring the great Brian Boland's artwork. We have seen some of his original art in a Judge Dredd Artist Edition that came out a couple of years ago. You guys, if you haven't seen it, you can see a Cartoonist Kayfabe video on that book. You can even see us going through that book with Brian Boland himself, talking about his great art. And lo and behold, it is an embarrassment of riches, the comics world that we live in today. The idea that we're going to get Brian Boland original art reproduction in a Killing Joke Artist Edition. Imagine, Ed, whenever you're 14 or so, 12, 14, whenever you first encountered this work, imagine being told you could see it at its actual size, in 4-color scans, as close as you can get to the original art. But in order to make that book as good as possible, we need all of your help.
There is a catch. So here's what they are anticipating is going to be in the book. They're anticipating it's going to be a 208-page book. It'll be graffiti designs. So we used a colloquialism or the jargon artist edition, but it'll be a gallery edition like the Dark Knight Returns.
I think Ronin might have been a graffiti designs.
Yeah, so it'll be 208 pages, and they're looking for Killing Joke, Batman Black and White #4, the innocent guy story, Mysteries in Space 115, 7-pager there, Justice League 200, Chapter 6, Green Arrow, Black Canary, Batman 6 pages, Batman 400, 7 pages, Outsiders 18, 8 pages, covers for Wonder Woman, Animal Man, Camelot 3000, interiors for the Who's Who pieces, so that's like pinups and stuff, Camelot 3000, Green Lantern Corps, 2 gatefolds they're looking for, and then corrections and alternate pages that Graffiti Designs has become famous for. Now here's the thing, and I got this straight off the AE Index, so shouts to Scott Vanderploeg for hipping us to this. But he says that Graffiti Designs is actively looking for approximately 10 pages from The Killing Joke, including the cover. And they're interested in any Brian Boland art. So please reach out to Bob Chapman if you... we're playing the 6 Degrees of Separation game here. Hit up Bob Chapman Graffiti, that's GRAPHITTID, at AOL.com. If you have these pages and you haven't talked to the fellas from Graffiti Designs yet, or if you know who may have these pages, like let's get that dialogue going, because listen, we're gonna buy this stuff anyhow. Like 10 pages, that's fine, but we've looked at those Dark Knight Returns, and there'll be the photostat pages. And just wouldn't it be sweet to have 100% of Killing Joke available? Because that the pages that they're probably missing out are key pages, like probably super, super rad pages. So we are putting it out there to the Cartoonist Kayfabe audience that we got to do some legwork if we want to have like the ultimate experience.
Yeah, spread the word. I feel like this is kind of a fun social experiment.
Right.
Let's use social media for good. The comics online world is not always the friendliest place, but in this case, I think we can all agree, like, we want the best book possible, and the way to do that is to make sure everybody knows that this book is happening, so that if they do have an original piece of art and they haven't heard yet, spread that word. Make sure that the collectors of this original art realize we need them. And let them know that contact info that Ed shared, and let's just make sure we get another great Brian Boland book. It's so amazing that this stuff is preserved the way that it is now. And like I said, if you'd have told me whenever I was 12 or 14 that I might be able to see and study these pages in great detail, I'd have thought you were crazy.
Oh, I know, man.
It's so awesome that we live in that time period, but again, we need everybody to kind of like pitch in, get the word out, and find those missing pages. And we'll make the best book we can. We all get to be rewarded for that.
Isn't it funny how we always thought that we've got all the Killing Jokes that all the formats that we possibly could handle. When we did the one video with Brian Bullen, and he mentioned that the Absolute Edition included both versions, the classic John Higgins color and the Brian Bullen color, but also has the complete script by Alan Moore. Before we put that video live, I went and bought the cheapest guy. Like, I Kayfabe affected myself, and I scooped up the Absolute right away, and then I'm like, okay, well, this is the last time I'll have to buy this. Right now we're looking in the Noir edition, and you could imagine that any of these pieces would be pieces that'll go into that gallery edition, because it's not, obviously, if it's 208 pages and Killing Joke is 48 pages,
yes.
You're going to have a lot of extra stuff. Now, these look all digital.
I can't wait to see some of this stuff. Yeah, if true, right. These may be the digital era. This is 2001, and I think he was doing digital at that point.
Right.
But any of this work, I'm eager to see the originals of. If you haven't seen our Brian Bullen shoot interview, he goes through and holds up some of his original art, and it is breathtaking. Hopefully we'll get to see some color work. Some of the paintings that he did will be in that artist edition. So, it's all the makings for a spectacular artist edition, much like that Judge Dredd was. I can't think of too many artists who really getting to see their original art. It is breathtaking. Like the stuff that he does with a brush, I don't know that anybody else is really working at that high level of craft in pen and ink. So all of that stuff, the chance to see it as close to original as possible is fantastic. And, to your point, it is interesting how we get to consume this material now, because the other one that I think of is Batman Year One, which, I've probably bought in 4 or 5 different formats already, and we've got an artist edition of that on the way. So, it's amazing that this stuff has etched itself into popular culture to the point that it can, it can be in demand in these different formats.
Right.
We don't get enough of this. This is that idea of modern mythology. And so to have that preserved as well as possible, let's work together and do it.
And it's really at the original size where you can really kind of study it in the most valuable way. See, this is a story that will be in that artist edition, but I think that he drops out the zipatones here, which is wild because he showed us those pages in either the shoot interview or the commentary we did over Killing Joke, and it had the zipatones are still on the boards, so somehow they digitally dropped that out, which is kind of odd.
Not just odd, I don't even know how you would do it from a technical standpoint.
Right.
Wonder if he may have had good scans before he put or photographs before he put the digital, or before he put the zipatone on them, maybe.
That would make sense.
Yeah, a lot of artists will do that, will kind of save these things in stages through photocopies or scanning. And then, if you do want to do one without colors, without zipatone, without lettering, whatever it is you want to remove, you have that option then in the future. I tend to sometimes scan things in stages, especially if I'm doing something that I'm not sure it's going to work. You get a good scan of it before you try that experimental part. So, yeah, it's an exciting time for comics. I think it really points out how lucky we are to be comic fans at this time period. But pretty cool, the idea that, we could positively affect this book as well. Just pretty much from word of mouth. And again, trying to let these collectors know if they're outside of these online social media circles that there is demand for this work. So let's make sure that everybody knows about it and these pages come forward.
Yes. Once again, it's Bob Chapman at Graffiti Designs is the dude, GRAPHITTID at AOL.com. Jimmy, put something in the direct comment below in the description so that people could easily access this information so that we could hopefully make it the most comprehensive artist edition without any pieces missing. I don't think I was thinking about the Dark Knight has a couple pages missed, just a couple, and some of the other big tentpole works. I think Mazzucchelli has all his pages. So I think that'll be pretty comprehensive. But then we chatted with Dave Gibbons once when he said that it was that era of original art where if there's not a fight on the page or if it's not a character in a costume, he said he sold those pages for tens of pounds.
Oh.
So the person who bought that, it's that thing where it's worth tens of pounds to some of the people that bought it maybe, which is very scary. Those pages could be gone forever.
Right. it's another good reason to try to preserve this stuff and to continue to raise the awareness of the value of those original art pages.
Yeah.
I can remember Brian Bolin at, I think, Heroes Con, where he was selling like the sketches, like he had gone digital at that point, but had like very detailed sketches. I guess he would work out ahead of time. And so he would, Bolin.
Bolin was at Heroes Con?
I think it was at Heroes. I'm pretty sure it was at Heroes one year. And that's what you could buy, were like those detailed sketches. And I think he would even finish them up if you want, depending on what you were buying.
That's
let's
wild.
say.
Yeah, that's wild.
So any record of that work, I think, is awesome to try to get on record. And man, I love it. Whenever any of these guys have a chance to see those originals, I'm excited by it. So this is a good one.
I go on Artist Edition, aeindex.com, aeindex.org often to see what the new stuff is, what's on the horizon. And this was one of the top posts, one of the more recent posts that they put into the blog feature on that site. So I thought it was important to just kind of try to signal boost it, get the word out there. They're looking to have this book completed by fall of 2020, like available by fall of 2024. So I imagine that we're up against the 8 ball a little bit. This is going to have to go to press reasonably soon. So 6 degrees of separation. If you know somebody or you have original art for Killing Joke, and you haven't talked to Graffiti Designs, please make that connection so that we can, don't be stingy.
That's right.
Good to go?
I am.
Yeah, you'll never get more than that artifact edition of Watchmen because of just all the pages that went to just goobers probably. Now we're going to take a look at Bernie Wrightson's Freak Show comic. One of the pieces that was given to us at Big Applecon. Good if you are.
Yep. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And I want to remind everybody we are a daily comic book YouTube channel with over 1,500 videos in our back catalog, and you can search on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage for your favorite cartoonist, your favorite comic books. Chances are we've already covered some of those, so check it out there if you are new to the channel. And I want to remind everybody that part of this channel is brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 different levels that will get you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you will get access to all of our videos first because you sit in on the recording session. We have conversation with the King Kayfabers as we go through these videos, and if it's something rare, you get it before it disappears or before it goes up in price, something we call the Kayfabe effect. So check out the Patreon, see which level suits you best, and we thank you for your patronage. So we are looking at one of the great pen and ink artists of comics history here, Bernie Wrightson. Beautiful book too. You can even see the silver embossing. Image did a version of this book in the early 2000s, I guess a reprint. So it is out there. Expensive, because this is a collector's item, but a fantastic book. I was super excited to read this week. And as we go through it, well, first of all, thanks to Radimus, who hooked us up with this at the Big Applecon this past weekend. But as we go through this, the thing that stands out to me is it seems like perfect art. I don't know how you could do pen and ink art better than what is in this volume.
Right. And you say pen and ink, but he's a brush slinger, and he could get thin-ass lines with that brush.
Yes.
So I mean, that's in here as well for sure. The Freak Show comic, I think very consciously, what we're reading, and this was serialized in Heavy Metal as well. It's let's do basically an issues length EC style story, with the
That's a good summary,
ending
yeah, definitely.
and everything. So it's an evolution of EC, and it's so interesting that it had to happen in 1980. That chilling effect of what happened to EC really affected the industry for 30 years before enough avenues were open where they could do something like this. And I do have some issues of Heavy Metal that has the Freak Show chapters. Yeah. And also, if you ever fucked with what is it called, Echo of Future Past or
Yes.
whatever, those things, you would see little ads for Bernie Wrightson's Freak Show. I think the impetus for creating this was for the like bande dessinée markets and stuff. Like Neil Adams started to carve some distribution and licensing opportunities into Europe, into
Yes.
the UK, and this was made kind of like with that stuff in mind. But I never read it in total. So when Radimus pulls it out of the trick bag and is like, "Yo, this is for you," pretty much the night that I got home. So Jimmy and I, we went to New York on a Friday, set up on Saturday morning in New York City. We did a whole comic convention. That finished at 7 p.m. We were in our car by 8, and I was at home, back in my bed at 2:30 a.m., and I read this as soon as I got home. I couldn't wait to read this comic.
Yeah, and we should say before we get too far into it, Bruce Jones is the writer for this story. A frequent collaborator, I think, back in the Warren days.
Yeah, like one of the masterpieces that they did was the Jennifer story. I think we've done a video on Jennifer.
Yeah, so here we go, man, digging in. Basically this old town, and oh man, the shading, the inking throughout this is going to be over and over. I'm going to be pointing at it, but it's such an atmosphere setting. His artwork.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And you see this old rickety wagon rolling into town, and of course it's a rainy day
with just like a bedraggled horse. Like, look at that spine. He's got the cartoonist posture. The clack clack is very specifically, the way it gets bigger is very specifically Eisnerian. This is Eisnerian. Contract with God, like
it is.
It shows up that way.
Even the rain really feels like Eisner here in this beginning part.
Right. Now there's certain stuff where, like, sometimes the compositions, like, there's not too much storytelling value. Like, and this is an example where, like, we've seen him, so like you could have done something more to just kind of communicate like story with that. But that's splitting pubes.
It's funny when you see little stuff like this hand, where it's like, if you had told me just this hand was Art Adams, I would believe that.
Right.
It's probably a handful, maybe a Sam Keith.
Right.
It's interesting. It's whenever you get into some of these lines where it's like, oh yeah, that's that master. The ability to do those parallel lines and change their weight and stuff for shadows.
And look at that, man. Like, it's the full range of white to black by way of gray, and it's all done by hand.
Yeah, I was trying to think of other artists who have that kind of command over their line and inking, and like Toddleben comes to mind. It's different, but it's still that kind of like these long lines that he can regulate the weight of.
Right.
Bullen comes to mind, with these long, like, just total control of the weight of the line.
And there's a level of thought that with each of these panels, it begins with the light source. Like,
Great lighting.
Clearly, the outside of this window is where the light is coming from, and you see that character so well lit. And he's maintaining that. The back of the character is dark against the light. This is the part that always was like the confusing part when you're like really learning how to draw, because there is reflective light over here. That's how, when we talk about double lighting, often that's really what it is it's reflected over here. So we have that idea of like you blend from dark to light, but you don't really start from the furthest part. And sometimes when the light source is close, the darkest part is right where the light source ends, and then it tapers off. We'll see examples of that, like even like this kind of thing where like the darkest part is pretty close to the lightest part, and then it kind of softens up.
This is one of the people that'll be in the Freak Show.
Right.
So this beginning is we're assembling some of the characters that will make up the Freak Show.
And it's the rule of It's the rule of threes. It's the Bushmiller rule of threes. So you had that little frog girl, and then we have this boy who when you see him here, you're just like, well, I think you probably just got to get something to eat.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, like, is his torso backwards?
All right, but that's that sternum.
Mm-hmm.
And then you realize like he's got like bird feet.
Yeah, and bird wings and webbing in his arms.
Oh yeah, I guess he does, huh?
It's so neat too seeing A lot of framing with the windows, whether it's providing light source or whether we're seeing what's happening outside those windows. This first series of pages, that's a big motif.
Now this was perfect. A perfect kind of serialization for Wrightson's speed. You know, I have issues of heavy metal that might have 4 pages of Freak Show in it. So he's not bound by the monthly limitations or the monthly rigors of the jobber schedule. So he's able to put in that effort, you know.
Have we gone through his original Frankenstein?
Not really, and we should.
We should,
because we do have a video where we kind of glance through it by way of a Wizard episode.
Okay.
But that was 5 years ago, and we really only looked at it for a second.
We should definitely take a better look at that, because that's something like whenever I see this kind of line work,
yeah,
that's what I think of. You know, Bernie Wrightson had done an elaborate Frankenstein, illustrated Frankenstein, that really shows off what he can do in his inks. And you see some of that here. You know, like some of his best qualities are on display here, but the Frankenstein probably the masterpiece of that kind of illustration.
Right. So with this, you know, the rule of thirds, like this lady, she was she's about to get murdered or something by her husband, calls her a cheating whore and stuff, chases her out into the woods, and it's set up like, you know, it's the chick from the movie Freaks. Like she happens upon just like a posse of like exiled humans.
Yeah, and this one pretty striking. I feel like I've seen that one in advertising art for this book.
Totally, and this comes from Ghastly Graham Ingalls. Like some of the more grotesque Haunt of Fear covers and splash pages will have these characters that are built with, you know, faces on their hands and candlesticks coming out of them and shit like that. Like, so like it's very much like a Ghastly Graham Ingalls vibe. When you start to see this, you realize it's not too far away from Captain Stern era.
Right.
But you get the sense it's the Gooble Gobble crew, you know? We accept you one of us type shit. And she's freaked out.
And you can see how horror masters like Stephen King are going to love Bernie Wrightson.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like these haunted woods, man, the dark shadows of the branches as she's running through, and the great light source, like you pointed out earlier.
These are all children of EC Comics, including Stephen King. So, you know, they're peers, you know, and they grew up with the same stuff, and they grew up in the same period where, like, oh, the adults are telling me not to read this stuff. I'm going to fetishize it and internalize it, and the second that I have my own discretionary income, I'm going to get it all again.
Man, EC is such a great one to view this through the lens of, because of that attention to lighting and everything. Who else did it that well?
And that's the thing, you know, it's like a 50-page story or so that they're able to give you a little more character, like build the stories like a little bit more elaborately. So in kind of thematic rhythm, the freaks happen upon the guy who runs the freak show, and he's like this very caring hand and says the same thing every time of like, you know, weep no more, you know, you're among friends, whatever. And then she is not physically afflicted by anything. She's just an exile of town. But you can imagine that's carnies, right? Like, you know, just coming back from Japan, like my friends out there, they said there's 2 things that'll make you exile in your neighborhood, and you will be exiled if they find out you abuse drugs and get caught, and infidelity. You are ostracized. You have to move because nobody will fuck with you. So you can imagine like Victorian America when it's still got that kind of puritanical stink on it to that degree. That, you know, she'd be in exile amongst the freaks. Scarlet Letter type shit. Think about that.
So we've got our crew.
Yeah.
And now you see what they're doing is they travel around and give shows under the banner of Volker's Wretches.
Right. But they are an island of misfit toys. They're a family, and these are the patriarchs, or like, you know, the patriarch and matriarch of this freak family. And it's utopia as far as, you know, they know. Smiles on everybody's faces.
Yeah, it's interesting because that's going to be part of the story is that changes. But, you know, you see like the deformed, the downcast, the misbegotten from every corner of Europe. But together they have found, you know, they're not alone. And I think that one of the big differences in terms of comparing this to an EC comic is the pacing. You know,
Right.
it's definitely allowed to breathe these moments of like gathering up. You could imagine you might see that rule of 3 of gathering some examples, maybe 3 panels in an EC comic.
Oh yeah.
And man, that great wood texture that somehow ink in Bernie Wrightson's brush perfectly describes.
Absolutely. And you turn the page after Utopia, and then you see him having to do the Carney Barker stuff, where he is basically dehumanizing his people, but they don't hate him for that. It's just like we're doing a job, you know.
Right.
Like and this is kayfabe.
I was going to say it's pro wrestling.
Kayfabe is Carney talk.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you can see them in these good times when they're on their own.
Yeah, reading books, gathering around, like you know, they are a family.
Serenity, affection, and peace. They'll always be together. And Lila becomes pregnant
Yeah.
with Volker's child. And her pain in childbirth is something that he is struggling with. As she's screaming out and crying, he turns to the bottle, something that we learn he has a history with, and he was supposed to never touch it again. Probably shouldn't have kept it in the wagon.
Yes, and it makes sense, because to this point he's just this like benefactor, but he is with the traveling freak show, so he's got to have a story. And we now know that his story, it involves, I mean, he could go that distance. Like, I think he killed a person.
Look at the amazing, like the rendering of the sky behind the trees in the forest. It's just parallel horizontal lines, but able to make that soupy, almost like disappearing into the fog of night, you know, the stuff in the distance with him in the foreground with the solid blacks. Incredible drawing.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, even Mignola like took from that in his like Marvel era and stuff.
And we can see multiple bottles now. Did not do well that night. And Deja, one of the freaks from that first series of 3 that joined the show,
Yeah, the Frog Girl
shows up and
is super
a little
happy
baby daughter
to show a baby off. And look at what we got here, man. The webbed fingers.
Yeah, it's not a positive response. You can read it in his expressions in his eyes there, and this is what he sees. Kind of a shame this is a right-hand page. Wouldn't that have been a good page turn?
Probably was when it first came out. So, you know, this is his daughter. He's freaking out because, like, clearly that's not his genes that dropped the seed into his old lady. So he's like, fuck all you guys, because he's drunk, and he's going ham on them right now.
Yeah, pulls out the whip. No longer the serenity and peace, right? And goes crazy on all of the members of the freak show, gets them back in the wagon, locks them in, sets it on fire.
Yes, he does.
What a turn. What a dark turn. And you can see him while that is burning and all those people are dying, he's drinking more.
Right.
And then runs away and basically runs away into the bottle. He screamed to God, and God did not answer.
Time passes, you know, and now he's just a lush in town drunkard.
I think it's really interesting to look at panels like this and think how much expression is coming out of the act of drawing in those panels.
Oh yeah.
You know, like there's no background, there's no real form or shape there. It's not like he's describing something with that art except for mood.
Right. Well said.
And you can see where he's at now, you know, on the street.
And he's basically, like, if you flip the page,
A wretch, a loner.
he's using his Carney speak and all the stuff that he said about the freaks when he was presenting them, about, like, you know, like, rejoice in who you are, or like whatever he says about himself. So he's using the freak talk to describe himself. Like, look at the levels of depth there, making his eyes pop that way.
Great composition here. He prayed to God for death, and you see him just alone in this like big long shot.
Right.
Some good storytelling choices.
I always love it and feel like it's so sharp whenever you see Gerhard would do this as well, where you have like the kind of cobblestone that kind of builds the foundation of these houses, and it's just the black, like there's no holding lines, you just have that black. It'll take you extra time to just draw the shapes, but it's so effective. This is the issue that I have, the one that ends with this piece right here. Probably have a couple more, but this is one that I got as a kid.
Yeah, I didn't realize this was in Heavy Metal, and I have some of those 1982 issues, so I'm curious to kind of dig those out. But almost like a patron saint shows up,
Right.
rescues him from the depths of his despair.
It's the born again pose. Like I wonder how close that is to the sort of Nun and Matt Murdock.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's very, very close, and of course, Born Again comes later. But that sort of stuck out to me. And
It does make you think, like, some of this stuff's gonna be iconic.
yeah,
You know, a pose like that, a splash page by Wrightson, like a lot of people, I'm sure, looked at that and committed it to memory.
yeah, and Heavy Metal was probably beating out in terms of circulation almost any other comics. Like, I mean, it was like at every 7-Eleven and every Rite Aid and stuff.
And almost disproportionate, I imagine, to people who are interested in making comics and drawing and making art.
Right.
It would have been a very popular publication for those types. So, nurses him back to health, kind of, gets him back on his feet, sobers up, whatever. And this time the show is going to be a little different. This time our heroine is kind of almost like a doctor, like like somebody who's traveling around and really helping people who are suffering. And it's going to be a different life for our guy, Volker, here.
Right.
A miracle worker, if you will.
And we were talking about this, man. Do they consummate the relationship? Because she pushes against his advances about marriage, but you could fuck without being married. And she's, I'm already married to the Lord, but here she is, kind of performing medicine on people, including her guy.
Yeah, and you see, again and again he persisted. Marry me, I'll be good to you. And again she declined. Married to her mission, but he watched her hungrily. Not a hero, this guy.
No.
Man, these kind of single panels too I find them breathtaking. Like, you see the shadows coming down that wagon, and then you look at like the shadow on the ground underneath the wheels, and the closer you look, those wheels are so simple. They're the simplest marks in ink, and yet a spectacular drawing.
Yeah, like that panel in particular, the shadows on the canopy, it's like thick shadows. Like it feels like a thick fabric, and I just am like, how the fuck do you do that? And he, carries it over. It's a very, very thick fabric that has a lot of tensile strength and shit. So of course the wrinkles would look that way, but it just has such a deep level of thought. There was a Neil Adams video from just some years back where he's going to that like high school for the arts that he went to, and he's teaching the kids inking, and he's showing like how to roll the brush and how to do all this stuff, and how he's like, here, feel my hands, like it's off the baby's butt, you don't gotta clutch the pen or anything. But when he's talking to the kids, he's like, you don't think of it as inking line, think of it as inking wood, tree bark, grass. Like, that's what you have to have in mind. You're not just inking pencil lines. A robot can do that, or you could just do that in Photoshop. And clearly there's a level of thought here that Bernie Wrightson is employing that would require you to not be distracted.
Right. They ultimately end up back at the site of, and you kind of make it out, Volker's wretches, the old, where he burned his old wagon and all of the freak show inhabitants there. And she's like, hey, it's our mission, gotta help. And you can see him, he's losing it, man. This is not good. Held his breath. And what's gonna be waiting inside? Kind of looks like he left it.
And it looks like, well, I mean, they're all preserved.
That's true.
And stuff. So like, yeah, I mean, somebody was definitely in here fiddle-faddling for sure. I mean, literally making names. And she like knows the names, right? But this piece is a piece that feels ripped straight from like the Frankenstein style. Like, he still had the fastball here.
It's funny, like whenever I see this, the thin white lines, it really reminds me of some of Toddlebin's inks.
Yeah.
And I remember looking at like the Toddlebin inks on Swamp Thing and thinking like, where does this come from?
Right.
And it's like, those guys clearly were, and of course they were. They're horror fans.
Totally.
Of course they're looking at Wrightson and Creepy and Warren and stuff. So he's confronted with these people that he murdered, basically. Runs for the door and he's locked in.
Right.
Get ready, O. Henry.
Yes, of course, man. And here goes our, what's her name? Deja. Shows up and wasn't hurt. And the baby that we saw earlier, remember Deja presented that baby? It was Deja's baby. It wasn't
Yes.
your baby. You jumped the gun and you were a heathen lush. So you didn't even let me finish what I was saying. Look at the lighting on that stuff, by the way. And it's simple. It's like two. There are two planes. The part that gets hit by light and the part that gets hit by gray.
Mm-hmm.
It's so cool. But yeah, this is a Euro hint where Deja's like, yeah, that was my baby. You fucked up. So now,
And by the way, your child was born perfectly normal.
right? And it was that girl.
Such a great image of like the hands reaching out, right? He's in prison, and that's as much as he can do to try to express trying to get free,
You feel
regret, all of it.
Yeah, you feel the movement. Like if it all feels perfectly right.
Hopelessly desperate is what those arms out the window are.
Yeah. Look at the pickled punks.
Great reflection stuff too. The face and through the vat of formaldehyde.
And then this is where it all kind of comes together. He's like, oh, fuck. Very much in the vein of Ghastly Graham Ingalls with the shading on the eyelids there. And it is revealed she is the daughter of him. So, he killed her mom.
And she was a surgeon, so this is the freak show that she has built.
Yes, yeah, she learned all of that material, all of the physiognomy stuff. This is Mengele shit. Like you read some of that stuff that he did, taking twins apart and gluing their arteries and ventricles and shit together. She went full Mengele on them.
And a throwback to like this is the phrase that he used to say whenever he would unveil the freak show.
Right.
Do you interpret this that he's alive at this stage?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. So, and maybe even some of that shit that she gave him all these years and stuff like, aided in that. But some of the things that I like is such attention to the light source, and all the shading really is in service of the light, which we don't see often anymore. But then like the little stuff where, you get the shading on the vein hands. And it's no holding line stuff. It's so strong.
It is. Even like having not flat black in this background.
Right.
Who knows to make a choice like that?
Yeah.
But it adds a lot, like it really makes this black recede. Like there's even levels of depth within this wagon. And I love the reactions too.
Yeah.
This woman's fainted. This one's looking away.
And this is like a nice Connecticut man that can't believe what the things that he's seeing.
Yeah, amazing.
And just like, look, dude, like even like the care that went into inking that hand, where you see that kind of deeper part of the fingernail,
Yep.
and if it all feels 3D. Whenever I was a kid showing my first samples off at conventions, the cartoonists I would show my stuff off to, at the height of like extreme studio style, they would say like you have to have your lines have a meaning.
Yes.
Like the lines have a purpose. You just don't do it. You just don't put that stuff down there. And it was actually Steve Lieber at the comic convention. It was actually Steve Lieber who pointed me toward the Warren work of Bernie Wrightson as like really good, effective black and white comics.
We might as well flip through this since we're here,
Yeah.
because when else are you guys at home going to see this book? So
Of
a little
course.
Cartoonist Kayfabe bonus for everybody at home that we will show this off. And Stephen King on your text here. So speaking of Stephen King recognizing a
Well, it's
phenom.
yeah. This was a version of
Stand.
The Stand that came out. So the words are from the book.
Hey, how wild is this for a Bernie Wrightson piece after we looked at like all the fine lines, and now it's like all emphasis on shadow and light.
Yeah, and I bet you it was a spot illustration. Like imagine it's a pocket book or something. Like it's probably a digest size reprint. Oh, but then we're getting some of that.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that the hatching within like all shadow, like all this space.
Right, and it's still going along the forms. You feel the three-dimensionality of the figure and stuff.
You even see like the little bit of light on your doorway edge. Even in the shadows, it's lighter than like the shadowed part.
I was just listening to the audiobook before I left for Japan to have some company and stuff. And god damn it, that book is so good. The way they set it up is just, it's astounding what Stephen King does.
Another fantastic lighting example where our light's coming from under from a low point. It's so cool. I always wonder, like, with this stuff, is he setting up models and things to get this level of lighting? You know,
Yeah.
it's so rich, and it's not like something that you would just look out the window and see.
Yeah, I think he does do a lot of, like,
I bet.
because he's pulling from the piles and the wyeths and stuff like that. So, like, that's what they did. And there is a video floating around on YouTube. You could find it where he sculpted the Frankenstein head for lighting and
sense.
stuff, and
Yeah.
it looks like his drawings. Isn't it? Wasn't it Neil deGrasse Tyson that said that, like, when humans go away, the dominant species will be rats,
Yeah, I think I have heard him say that.
because at this point now they take the shape of their biggest kind of container, which is
yes,
pipes.
right? Exactly.
So
that's what contains their size.
Exactly. So after a couple generations of them not having to worry about breeding in pipes, like, they could become like 4 feet big.
It's so gross to think about. This is a great piece, you know, with the different textures of, like, a wolf in the foreground versus, like, automobile metal. Really nice. And even the trees in the background. It's a lot of texture.
Yeah, junkyard. Imagine drawing that. You know, a Jeff Darrow junkyard looks different than a Bernie Wrightson junkyard.
How good are those hands?
With that,
Like the
accurate
disease
lighting.
on it.
Yeah.
All of these kinds of, like, his cross hatching just blows my mind.
Yeah, and then just like Victorian etching style.
It's incredible to go through this portfolio of the stand and see the variety of texture.
Oh.
You know, like, this we haven't seen yet. And
You know-
it's great, super effective.
Yeah, it's bumming me out too, because, like, the stuff I'm working on right at this moment is out in the woods, like in the winter, you know, like after fall. And so it's like, that's what every ground should look like. But yeah, mine seems to fall far short, Jimmy. See,
It does remind me of EC too, because I always think of those guys as having, like, their variety of textures
Yeah.
that they can apply to anything.
this is the stuff that I just would kind of lose myself in when looking at Bernie Wrightson's work, where clearly it's like there's a ridge up here, so it's going to have this hard, like, kind of cast shadow, and then, you know, there's that little bump. Like, it's just he's so deliberate with the lines that he puts down.
Yeah, and the way they swirl around a little bit, whether it's describing the form or, like, in the case of the background, almost decorative in
Right.
some way. It's really beautiful. I always like the stuff where, like, the edge will get dark. You know, it's I don't know if you call it double lighting exactly, because you have a shadow under there, but the shadow's not the darkest. The darkest, like you said earlier,
Yeah,
is kind of like this peak spot.
Right.
But the lines all they go in and out of
They
that
taper.
perfectly.
Yeah, they taper.
You know, like, you see it again and again on these forms.
Yeah, and this would be called reflective lighting rather than double lighting.
It's really great stuff. And this very Frankenstein-esque
Yeah.
in the line weights and everything there. But then you look closely at something like this tree trunk and you get another texture there.
Right. Makes me think. Remember that Jamie Hewlett book where he just he got captivated by tree barks, and for like a summer was just drawing trees. Like, you could really, when you start to break things down, like, you could really kind of get caught up in it.
This reminds me of Rosetta. I think it's the crowd and the triangle composition.
Right.
But it makes me wonder about all the stuff that he would be looking at and enjoying the way we're looking at this and enjoying it.
Oh, totally. Like, Frazetta was a big part of the Wrightson DNA. He would never deny that.
This was great too. Roger's Time Machine, I assume, is the part above the time machine showing when this was purchased.
That's funny.
2004 and $55.
Hey, Radimus shouts, man.
Super cool. Printed in the Netherlands. There was a version of this that was done by Image, like I said. I think it was 2005. But it's funny that this stuff is not more available. You know, you always see the secondary market price markups. Like, obviously there's a ton of interest. Like, why don't we have a current edition of this that we can afford?
There's the very scary realization and reality that if you do not make certain decisions, you get your affairs in order type stuff, like, your works can just be gone forever.
Right.
So that for the makers out there, myself included, we got to start to think about that part as we get on in the years and stuff, because maybe there's a bottleneck now. Maybe there's a stalemate, and I think Bruce Jones is still around, but maybe he can't make any decisions technically.
Yeah, I don't know. It is interesting. I did a will last year, and that's one of those weird things you got to figure out is like your intellectual property. What happens to this? I don't have children. So, it's not an obvious just pass it down to my heirs. It's almost like, I don't know who's going to take care of this stuff. And some interesting stuff that has happened in the last couple of decades is other people being like the executor of the estate. Gary Groth, I think, does Gil Kane. And I think that the Billy Ireland has a couple of people, possibly Jay Lynch, they might be in charge of his estate. So it's kind of interesting to see, like, what are the options for this? It's a weird conversation and not one I had heard very much until the last several years, but it is one that's happening more and more as people age and try to control this stuff responsibly. What do you do with it?
Yeah, and I
conversation for a different episode.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it does make me wonder about things like this.
Once again, shouts to Radimus for just putting this into the hand and saying, enjoy, with no, I don't think he knew that an episode was going to yield from it. He was just like, I know what you guys like. Do you have this?
I love it though. And I hope that it encourages people. Cause again, I know people, they thin their collections all the time or whatever. It's cool to share this stuff. I like that part about Cartoonist Kayfabe is that like, I had not seen this before.
Right. I've been wanting to read this my whole life.
I like being able to share this kind of stuff, and it does help if the fans provide some of it because I don't have it.
Right. And I will say, like, this thing delivered. I was so happy to read it, and it is what it is. It's from a time period, and Bruce Jones, like, he's got his limits and stuff, but I had a ball with it, and I take it to far extremes, like I think he's fucking his daughter, like they're very specifically talking about marriage and shit, but I think that girl went to lengths that we don't know between those panels. But fantastic book. Good to go?
Yes. Man, you barely touched that and it turned off. What the hell? I feel like I have to wrestle that button.
All right, guys. Christmas on Bear Mountain. We're taking a look at the Fantagraphics collection, but the most noteworthy piece about this is that it's the first appearance of the Uncle Scrooge character. He was invented for this comic. Slipping real quick. It's earlier than that. I don't know why. I think I.
First one. Don't even need it.
Sweet.
I'll open as we go.
Ready when you are, Jimmy.
Yeah, hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And we are a daily comic book YouTube channel with over 1,600 videos in our back catalog, and you can watch all of them. If you go to the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage, you can search for those in the little search box with the magnifying glass, look up your favorite cartoonist, look up your favorite comic book, and enjoy yourself. We are also brought to you in part by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. We have 3 different levels on our Patreon that will give you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you will get access to our videos first because you sit in on the recording session, which has turned out to be one of my favorite parts of recording Cartoonist Kayfabe, is actually sitting here with a couple of dozen King Kayfabers and actually talking comics as we go along. But one of the benefits of being a King Kayfaber is if there's a video that we show off a book you want to add to your collection, you'll be the first ones looking for that book. And sometimes they go up in price. Sometimes they're rare and there aren't very many copies to choose from. So you want to be the first one getting in on that, and that is called the Kayfabe effect whenever we make a book disappear or go up in value. So check out the Patreon, see which level suits you best. And Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah.
This is a Carl Barks Christmas story that we're going to look at today. It's the title of this particular collection of Fantagraphics Carl Barks Library, Christmas on Bear Mountain. We've seen a couple of these things. We have looked at a couple of these Carl Barks Library books. They are absolutely fantastic books. If you are at home and you have not read any Carl Barks, I cannot emphasize enough that you should. If you have a decent library around, you can probably check out some of the Carl Barks Library. But if not, there are many volumes of this collection in print, and they're all a good place to start. It's self-contained stories, some of the best comics made in American comics history.
Absolutely, and dare I say, this is a new, this is a Cartoonist Kayfabe tradition now. 2 years going, where we cover a Carl Barks Christmas comic on Christmas, and I just had to go see, man. I was like, because we were talking about it before, and you were like, we did some Christmas comics. I'm like, I promise you, we didn't do this one. There's no less than 27
That's amazing.
Carl Barks Christmas comics, which probably is an indicator for how long he's drawn those things. One a year or something.
I was going to say how long Cartoonist Kayfabe will continue.
Yeah, totally. So, dude, every Christmas, do a new Carl Barks Christmas joint.
I love it.
What's interesting about this one, which is the introduction of Uncle Scrooge, and you will see that he's slightly off model compared to what he turns into being. In fact, I mean, it's a Christmas like he's invented like for this comic. This is pretty early in Carl Barks's run. It's from 1947, so there might have been 2 or 3 other Christmas comics that he did prior to this, but it's early in the run, dude. He's still finding his footing.
And it's worth noting, part of the great one of the many great features of this series is that you get notes on this.
Yeah.
And you would have some background on Christmas on Bear Mountain if you're interested in the historical relevance of these stories, where they come from, whatever the case may be for each story. But this is a fantastic series. About as well done, I think, as you can do archival material.
It jumps right into it. Yeah, right. As far as the archives and stuff, yeah, absolutely. But like the story content, it's off to the races immediately.
There are so many great pieces, and we'll point out as many as we can remember as we go. But you can see it's Christmas time. Donald Duck is down in the dumps because he's so broke he can't even afford a Christmas dinner for him and the boys. And then you cut across town to the huge mansion of Uncle Scrooge McDuck, who himself also unhappy, but for different reasons. This is a lonely guy. Everybody hates him, and he hates everybody.
I mean, there it is, dude. That's the character in a nutshell.
It really is, and I feel like Barks' storytelling is really on display in this story in a way. Again, I'll point them out specifically as we go, but even that first page, just to see Donald Duck and Uncle Scrooge in their moods, it's almost like these pages are almost poetic.
Right. And they're setting up the wants and needs pretty early from both sides of the fence. Donald Duck, clearly, like, he wants to give the boys a good Christmas and maybe a meal on Christmas, and then Uncle Scrooge is so bored that he's just pretty much looking for something to do.
Yeah, and panel 1 starts out with everybody, all the stupid people are buying presents for each other, and they seem to be having fun. He's never had any fun, so he decides to do a present, but not without some strings attached.
Right.
And you see him as he sets up this gamble that he sends to Donald. He's beginning to have fun already. It's like so great as a page. Like it makes total sense. And again, this story is set up that way.
Brilliant cartooning. Always just the drawing of it, right? These characters are never floating in space. Like, that picture plane is always solid as a rock. The foundation is always there. Like, you feel the roundness of this, non-paved rock that they're driving on. It's the subtle things. The guy is a tremendous illustrator.
Yeah, and these kinds of backgrounds, like the nature kind of, they travel a lot in these stories.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that I think really recommends these stories is that Barks is so good at that.
Right.
He was a guy who starts making comics later in life and had several careers, like Lumberjack and all this stuff. I think he was in his 30s when he starts doing these Duck stories. And he brings that experience to the page. Like, it really feels like he's a guy conscious of the world. And I would say that as opposed to, say, a New York-centric comic scene, which a lot of comics were based out of this city. Not so with these. This is kind of the world at large is where the Ducks get to go and explore, and Bark's perfect guy for it. And this is another one of those pages where the first panel is Uncle Scrooge, talking about hating everybody. The last panel, all the Huey, Dewey, Louie, and Donald celebrating. He's a swell old duck. It's such a contrast. You can almost see like story 101 where flip the value. We start with one piece, we do the opposite by the end of that scene or that page. So the plan is he's going to send them to his cabin. Great idea, but he's going to test them because he wants to meet a brave man, to get this present. And how's he going to do it? Dress up like a bear and go scare them.
Right.
Perfect. Easy setup, easy to get into, understand what's going on.
Reasonably disturbing. It harkens back to like the Wampus, the Tauntaun scene in Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, really great. Even the claws on the bear, perfect details. And as they set out to, as Uncle Scrooge sets out to destroy their Christmas with the bear sighting, gets turned away because of the snow.
Look at what Barks does with black. It's not stuff that you would think to do with black. He's calling out focal points with it. A full black facade of the building, marking it up with snow that way. Staring out into just like pitch blackness.
I always think that you should be able to tell the time of whether it's day or night without any words or anything. And it's very clear here. That use, especially with the cars and the night sky, really good use of black, and probably kind of unusual, I bet, at the time, because like newspaper strips you couldn't do solid black with.
Right.
So, yeah, very inventive, definitely.
Down to the characters' shirts. Like we said it before, and I'm doing my daily strips. I understand the value of black because I'm studying strips a lot more, and like Popeye's shirts and stuff are black, and it's a way. And Carl Barks is not in charge of the color. He's just trying to make solid black and white comics, knowing that they'll be in color. Like the black is a focal point, so it makes sense when you're just doing black and white illustrations that you just blacken that stuff in, so that beyond a shadow of a doubt, Nancy's dress is black, like a black top. Like it's an important color when you have two colors to play with.
And the comics of Carl Barks are full of this kind of stuff, right? Here's Donald walking left to right. Running back in now, going the opposite direction because he didn't like something he saw out there.
In 2 panels.
Yeah, 2 panels. All it takes. And we see this gag again and again. He runs back in because he saw bear tracks.
Right.
No, it's a little rabbit. The previous page, it was, is that a bear sitting out there? No, it was a squirrel.
Yeah, of course.
So, all these little kind of just visual gags to keep the stories entertaining, but also to define your character. Seeing Donald react to scared of his own shadow,
and it's continuing with that theme of courage and bravery and stuff, and clearly like Donald does not have the chops. Also, Bushmiller roll the threes come in because we just had 2 instances, right? So like now we got our Christmas tree, and of course with this big old knot hole, there's got to be something going on with that, some storytelling significance with that.
How about 2? It's almost the Charlie Brown Christmas tree.
Pretty pathetic.
Yeah, years before, of course, Charlie Brown, before Peanuts was even a strip.
Yeah.
So pretty fun to have like the loser Christmas tree, in here. Get every gag for every element. Think about the best way to present it. One thing that I skipped over is whenever they get in here to their cabin, it's all stocked with presents and food. It's like lobster and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I just love it. Blue crab. It's funny little visual gags to keep these panels
and
exciting.
Of course, there's a bear.
Teddy bear. Can't have the teddy bear. So this bear cub is now in the cabin. The ducks don't quite know it yet, but they do start to suspect something's going on because as they're hearing noises and going to see like, what is that noise? What's happening? Our bear stumbles upon the dessert.
Yeah, and it becomes like a cry wolf kind of thing because Donald is he's so sure that it's a bear. Like, a bear was here. I know it. There's a bear in this house. I could smell him. So, but like he's espoused that rhetoric 5 times already, so the boys just dismiss it, but it's true here. So it has that part to it as well. If I remember correctly, like I don't think that that Barks was like read much as a kid or something like that. So there's like so much intuition like built into these comics.
This is also like he's doing this stuff for is it Dell is
yeah,
and they have John Stanley at that time. They have Walt Kelly at that time. Like, it's an amazing collection of talent that is making comics for this company at this time.
Right. And in 47, like, he could have been an in-betweener or worked for Disney proper. He was in their storytelling department, but he sort of hated the collaborative process of that. Like, reasonably cantankerous dude in a way. So he opted to take less money and to have a less prestigious job and to have a job with no job security, really. Because like he said that when you become anointed in a position at Disney, you're just there forever at that exact position. So he bet on himself and created a situation where, dude, he did these comics for for decades, and then created armies of fans.
Yes.
After that.
Yeah, Legion, internationally even.
Oh, absolutely.
I love this panel. When I was reading this is the first time I read it was this week. I'm reading this panel and it's like, oh, look how prominent those roller skates are. Bet we're going to see more of those.
And when seeing them, I'm like, oh man, that's crazy. That's OG roller skates are wild. Like you like wear your regular shoes and then just kind of like strap on. That cannot be like. I imagine you got to like bend those things on top of the front of your shoe or something. But I just can't imagine they're that stable.
Yeah, I'm sure that they aren't. It made me think of Wallace and Gromit, the Wrong Trousers animated short, because in that case it's a train, but it feels like a lot of this motion is what is in that short. And Donald constantly hiding in the lampshade is pretty good stuff. And of course now the nephews hit the skate that's left out in the middle of the floor, slamming into the wall, and the bear's almost got the hang of it now. It's practically a skateboard.
So check this out, because like they're always Donald and the boys are always outcooled when in the presence of the bear. Like they never see it. Until
the bear throws out his empty candy box, and at that point we know something's in the tree. Let's go find out. It's so great. It moves fast. A lot is happening. Like each panel, something is happening. The bear gets free, and let's cut back to the tree trunk.
Right.
What happened there? We cut down this bear's home. So we've got the cub, but where's the mama bear? Perfect, right? Like what else could go wrong? Let's get a 500-pound bear to show up.
Yeah, you got to add the stakes, man. Look at the animation in that pose right there.
It's really good. And whenever the bear tears down the door, that is a big monster, scary bear.
Right.
That is not the cub that we are chasing around.
And with the size and the hole and everything, there's mansion underground that the bears live in.
Yeah, right. It's underground bunker. So they try to talk Donald out like, hey, it's a little tiny bear. We can handle this thing. And what's the first thing that happens? Come around the bend and see the mama bear.
This is one of the great tricks. EC did it as well, where like the background is almost just pure yellow sometimes, man. So just like give all attention to the focal points, which is the characters.
Donald runs away from the bear, and so do the nephews. Like at this point, yes, definitely get out that window. And the bears have their great Christmas together.
Right. They got food, they got presents.
Oh man, they find the inside of the refrigerator, everything you could hope for. And meanwhile, the ducks are outside back using that great black and freezing their asses off. Maybe gonna die out there in the cold if they don't overcome that fear and get back inside. You'll be frozen out here in the snow.
What a great panel.
It is really
good. Just the
good.
silhouettes of it.
Also, look at the color, like you mentioned, like some of the background yellows, but the concentrated yellow now that we're doing a light source from inside.
Yeah, that's the thing. Look, it's like 25% yellow and then 100% yellow plate.
Yeah, again, part of why I say this is a great archive is that attention. Like these stories are recolored, but based on the original printings.
Yeah.
They look so beautiful. Like, I can't imagine a better presentation of this material.
No, it's fantastic. Like because even, but way back in the day, right when like Volume 1 came out, there's the story you and I are at Copacetic looking through this, and we're like almost bumping our heads. Pause. Looking super close at the margins because there's like a speckling of color. There's like a 2% blue and a 5% magenta to try to create something close to that gray newsprint.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of warm. It's not that cold blank white.
Right.
And it helps a lot. It really kind of gives your color a base. It's almost like painting when you paint the whole canvas like a certain color.
Exactly.
It'll just be underneath.
And we were arguing, oh man, I think it's magenta. And I'm like, oh, I don't know, I think it's blue. And then it turns out that it's both.
So they do plan to, like, they're going to come in and overcome these bears. They're going to take control, and that includes Donald tying up our bear, tying his feet together.
As the big bear is just like grunting, sighing, enjoying itself. And that was enough to scare him to death so that he, faints on top of the bear.
Fantastic animation on Donald and all of those. And the sigh is a great setup for this bear. Like, that's the characterization of this bear being alive that we're going to see again.
It's Ric Flair salesmanship, dude, where he's dancing around and just going to fall backwards.
So Uncle Scrooge finally makes it to camp in his bear suit, and when he shows up, he's shocked to see actual bears in the place.
Yeah, and the little one scares his pants off. So with all of his rhetoric, he's a chicken hawk. I love the buttons on the tummy.
Yes, yeah. It's how you can tell the fake bear from the real bear. But so impressed by the fearlessness of these little boys.
Yes.
And then he sees his nephew, Donald, and...
chilling.
Amazing.
In the embrace
no fear,
of
right?
a bear.
And whenever the bear sighs, we have the reaction from Uncle Scrooge, much like the Donald Duck reaction earlier, of pure fear and just getting the hell out of there. But he does decide that Donald is worthy of the present. He did find a brave duck after all, and we see Christmas Day celebrating at Uncle Scrooge's mansion, the family together, until he pulls out the gift for Donald, bearskin rug. Too much for Donald. What a fun story.
Yeah, what's the last word there?
But for just a minute there, I thought he was scared.
There it is.
Yeah, coming full circle from the very beginning plans of Uncle Scrooge. Fascinating story, though. It's a 20-page story. Maybe it's a little bit shorter than that. But never a dull minute.
Right.
No wasted motion.
No.
And I don't know. It's just, it doesn't feel like overly sentimental or anything either. It's almost like a legit adventure story that just happens to be centered around Christmas.
A lot of gags therein. Like every page might have like two little pieces. And you can imagine some of that stuff like animated. It's that rich. We say it every time we look at Barks, but he did the work of a studio.
Yes.
There are not animated Mickey Mouse cartoons and stuff that are as good as this.
Absolutely. Yeah, the body language, it really does look like his animation skills are put to use. You see him in those little subtle movements and body language throughout. I do like reading these, and what a great Christmas tradition. And again, to everybody watching at home, Merry Christmas. Hope you had a great day today and a great week with your family, much like Uncle Scrooge and Donald Duck and Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Could it go, Jimmy?
Yes.
Do our commercials and stuff?
Oh, yeah, before we raise the roof.
We do the hip-hop joint first, man. Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. That's after your time, probably, right?
Yep. This video is brought to you by the books that we make. Ed Piskor's Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, the beautiful hardcover collection of all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, along with 150 extra pages, is now available wherever books are bought and sold. Red Room, Crypto Killers, The Antisocial Network, and Trigger Warnings, collecting the 3 seasons of Red Room. These are all self-contained stories, so you can start with any volume of Red Room that crosses your path first. And X-Men Grand Design, the trilogy trade paperback, now in stores, collecting all 3 sets of X-Men Grand Design in one handy volume. You can read the entire X-Men history in this book. My latest includes Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, and Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, collecting all of my Street Angel comics, starring the homeless ninja on a skateboard. True Crime Funnies, my self-published nonfiction anthology featuring a drug cop as well as 2 wrestling stories. BW Zine, 1986 zine, celebrating some of the greatest years in comics history, and the Hulk Grand Design, my contribution to the Grand Design mythos. And now, back to our video.
All right, man. Now let's do it in reverse.
Yeah, how do we, hold on. This is bringing books in.
Right, and you start off the blast with Jim Rugg books. Let me know when you're good.
This is the ending, right?
This is the ending.
We do the whole end spiel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. The videos are brought to you by the books. No, how do we do it? I'm so sorry. Okay. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. The King Kayfabers on the Patreon help support the channel in a giant way with their... Hold up, man. Dude, I'm really forgetting what we do.
Yeah, I do too.
Like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so we can notify you. You know what it is? It's because we don't have some impending thing that, like, it's different. So, we have a Patreon. But does that come after?
What else is there besides the Patreon, and then we do the books? Right?
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Or do we do the Patreon at the end?
Nah.
And then it's the daily part. Well, it's like that we might have. It's the videos, and then it's imploring people to, like, let us know.
Yeah.
I forget, man. It's so funny. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel with more than 1,600 videos in our filmography as we speak. Might have talked about your favorite comics. Hit the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Hit the magnifying glass. Type in your favorite titles. Check out those videos. But if we did not talk about your favorite comics, if you can't find those videos in our videography, you got to let us know in the comments what those comics are so that we can push those a little bit higher on our to-read pile. The Patreon exists for the... We have a Patreon out there, and the King Kayfabers on the Patreon mitigate the kayfabe effect by getting all the videos before anybody else. But there are several levels of support on the Patreon. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Before you is a healthy sample of what those books are. But let's bring some illumination into matters. Jimmy, what do you have?
Hulk Grand Design is still available in the wild, but sold out at the publisher level. So pick up Hulk Grand Design if you haven't already. This is my contribution to the Grand Design mythos, and one of the nicest books that I have made. I do the design behind this book, and as you can see from this fluorescent green cover, if your store has it, you can probably see it from outside in the parking lot. I've also been self-publishing. My latest zines, 1986 zine, BW zine, and True Crime Funnies, my nonfiction anthology comic book, are all available on patreon.com/JimRugg or at jimrugg.com. And my latest books, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, and Deadliest Girl Alive from Image Comics. Collect all of my Street Angel comics that I have made so far. These are about a homeless ninja on a skateboard battling all the things you would expect a superhero to battle.
X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is coming to you. It actually came out in November, so you can get your hands on that. It's all of my X-Men Grand Design works in one handy-dandy trade paperback collection. Red Room has been the focus for some time. There are 3 trade paperbacks that are going to be out there, man. 2 right now. Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings are available in stores, but this third one, Crypto Killers, is the one that will be coming out in January. So get that put on your pull list, scoop it up when it comes out. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. You can start there because each of these books is completely self-contained with 4 complete stories. So pick your poison, you dig it, grab another one. Ultimately, the best book I've made to date is the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, collecting all of my Hip Hop Family Tree comics from Fantagraphics. Plus, I have 150 pages of additional content and material in there. It's the best book I made. It's the most comprehensive. Worked really, really hard on it. Thank you guys who were supporting it to the level that you did. But we do still have some of those available. So scoop that up. Check it out as soon as possible. There are some other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel directly, however. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
There you have it. The many ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics. Should have done a make more comics. You got a couple of maker videos in there.
Yeah.
That was from your wizard.
Yeah. Talking Heads photo.
What the heck does that mean?
I guess the band.
You think? It's a weird
Yeah.
request.
Small deck of cards. We used to get those as stocking stuffers.
I remember those. Kind of dumb.
Real stupid.
I guess maybe for little kids you can use them.
All right. Clean this up a little bit.
We'll start with that sticker and then move it.
Ready when you are, Jimmy.
Yeah, hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we start looking at this Watchmen portfolio, I want to remind everybody that we are a daily comic book YouTube channel with over 1,600 videos, and our back catalog, you can search those on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage. I also want to remind everybody that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon with 3 different levels that'll give you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you will get access to our videos first because you sit in on the recording session. That means you can get these books before they go public. If it's something rare, that could mean it disappears or it goes up in value. So we call that the Kayfabe effect, and being a King Kayfaber can pay for itself if you grab a couple of books from our early video look. Guess I don't need to be standing, huh? All right, so we are looking at the Watchmen portfolios. This is like a boxed set, and I left a note on here because we got this from Radimus, brought this to us at the big Applecon, and we have looked at a lot of Watchmen coverage over the history of Cartoonist Kayfabe. I had never seen this before.
No.
Don't remember seeing it in stores or at comic conventions, so I was pretty excited whenever he pulled up with this. We've looked at a couple of portfolios, including a Mobius Jeff Darrow collaboration, and I often would see portfolios advertised in, comic books and magazines,
Sure.
but never saw too many of them. This one, pretty exciting considering the subject matter, and it does come in this slip case with 3 individual packed envelopes. And you'll see promotional posters, American covers, and French covers. We will start with the American covers. Very nice package design overall. Big, oversized, glossy folders. And I think it speaks to not just DC's promotional efforts, but also the success of Watchmen. Once I think they started to see the response, it was, how do we really take advantage of this? And that's what we get here, You get your... I think these were the pull quotes from the back of issue 1
Right.
on the base of some of these. But one of the things I always thought about Watchmen is just how great the design was. And I think that's Dave Gibbons that came up with the trade dress for these issues. So distinct and so different from pretty much any other comics I saw at that time.
Yeah, I think these are the titles of the of each of the issues. Makes me wonder if John Higgins was coloring at this exact size. Like, why would you blow it up? Blow up his coloring.
It's so detailed in these blow-ups. You can kind of see the little fragments of color that are on here too. Makes me wonder if that's airbrush, and then how he's getting that trick of the specks. I had somebody talk airbrush with me at Big Applecon, and all these tools that I have not used, I wish I would. I wish there was time to play around with them.
Looks like maybe ink wash for the photograph, and then you do your airbrush technique, and then you hit it with some dabs of white paint. It really does feel sandy, though, doesn't it?
It does. It goes back to that, how do you get the speckle effect?
It was both guys, because Gibbons was getting it in the ink line also.
And for anybody that's unfamiliar with the original issues of Watchmen, this would be the first panel of each issue, which was pretty novel at that time and pretty striking as an overall. When you get your 12 issues all together, they're just amazing from cover to cover. I always loved this too, the dust being scraped off.
Totally, and you still see the smiley face.
Yeah, Yeah, that smiley face everywhere. The variety of these covers, I think, is something that stands out to me as well.
Like, look at how ballsy this is for a comic cover. There's not no muscular dude, no damsel in distress. It's just a shape. Like, the confidence and the faith that the editorial has to put into these guys. Respect.
Yes. Yeah, it's just such a genius comic, not just for the comic itself, but the packaging and everything, the way it was presented. This is kind of amazing too, because this would almost be a traditional comic book cover, right? With your big superhero in a pose, except of course it's a statue and we see some of the other elements on the shelf around it.
Yeah, like, look at that, man. Dave Gibbons is using straight edges on, the S and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's neat. I'm looking at it on the monitor to kind of see like how that reads at a smaller size.
Yeah, it looks like typography from
It's
a distance, doesn't it?
fantastic. I'm also impressed whenever you do this kind of thing where like you clearly have these pieces that are different level of detail,
Right.
to create depth. Like it's a different way to do depth.
Yeah. There's another one of these speckle gimmicks that you were talking about.
And also another one of try selling this in a superhero market.
Oh, I know.
It really speaks to what Watchmen was by the time this series is rolling on. And again, your smiley face.
Yeah, that's the one that that I never noticed until very late. Like your eyeballs. Smiley face.
Yeah, they're all pretty striking whenever you go through the portfolio version in terms of being very bold for a comic book cover and very iconic in this case.
Yeah, this blood is Dawn of the Dead, Tom Savini, Melt a Red Candle blood. Viscous, I believe, is the word.
Viscous is the word, absolutely. All right, promotional posters. So probably you guys at home, if you are Watchmen fans, you will recognize some of these images. These things, like I would see them in Amazing Heroes.
Absolutely.
Different comics would have these things advertised and very like character specific.
Yes. Yeah, and kind of in their element. And they would all say who watches the Watchmen would be in there as they were ramping up.
Spectacular as advertisements. Man, and there are some bad comics ads in comics history.
Oh, yeah.
So like you do it yourself if you want it to be good, and I think that's what those guys did.
Who watches the Watchmen is there out there on the ticker. And what are we saying about the character there, you think, man? Vanity?
Yeah, probably. Vanity, sex object of a woman in a man's world. Yeah, probably a little bit of both of those.
It's very light and very dark outside. In perspective, that is hard to do.
Yeah, graffiti on the wall. Pretty iconic within this series, but even things like The End Is Nigh, like all of it. All the detail is an opportunity to paint the picture of what Watchmen is.
Yeah, you got the electric cars, you got the Gunga Diner, you got nostalgia.
I was going to say, this will be your cover, like we're going to see this stuff carried out throughout the series, the branding.
Yeah, great depth by having like rapidograph lines in the back to kind of like submerge the background. Just a heck of a drawer.
This is one of my favorites of this series. I like Night Owl anyway, but like seeing Night Owl in this kind of like masculine, dark superhero, almost a silhouette, super cool. Shows off both the costume and that super cool vehicle that he had.
Still portly, got that kind of wide-bodied frame, that
dad body.
That what's his Adam West body.
That's funny. Yeah, what a great costume. I love his headdress and the goggles.
Yeah.
Of course, Dr. Manhattan, the real Superman in the series, and perceiving the world in ways that us mortal men can't, Ed.
Oh, yeah. Love the anatomy. Dave Gibbons told us that, like, the shading that he's doing there is to try to make it look kind of like a frosted glass kind of...
That's wild.
Kind of shading.
Whenever I look at it, what I see is how well that shading reflects the form, describes the form.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And not only that, but you can see kind of like that perspective, that eye line that we're looking at, consistent on the shading of the figure.
Absolutely.
Super cool.
Yeah, he's so good with that. So when does this one ever come out? Because like, and if it does, it must come out with issue 12, right? Because like that's very ominous. Like if you try to divorce yourself from the story, this doesn't look like anything good.
I don't know when this stuff, like I think some of these ads, like Radimus was saying, I don't know if they all even ran as ads.
Yeah.
I think like some of the popular ones, like the Rorschach, I think we've all seen, and the Comedian was one that I would see. But I don't know if they were all used or used at the same like amount.
Right.
And so it's possible it didn't. It may have been stuff that they did for promotion, but then how it was used would vary. Like you get one ad page maybe somewhere, so which one do you run? And there definitely seemed to be some that were circulated more than others.
Right.
But this is a great image, yeah, for sure. That one's almost pulled right out of issue 12.
Exactly. Now this is the one that I'm stoked on.
Yeah, this one is the one that reminds me a little bit of the portfolio that we reviewed of the Mobius Jeff Darrow stuff, because it is this like beautiful painted art.
Yeah, let's spend a little time on this, man. So I do feel like it's indicative of like graphic design of the time. The Bob Peak type Apocalypse Now era.
I also love that we have ink on our foreground figure, but whenever you go into the background, it's all painted. You're not getting those heavy black lines around anything. A way to create some depth with relatively complex images.
And I wonder what this is for.
That's a good question. Like it just says French cover, so I guess I don't know. I wonder if it was released as like albums, that would be like maybe 2 issues per album, so you'd get like 64 pages or so, and in that graphic European graphic album style. People at home, leave a comment underneath if you know what that is. That's my best guess, because I don't know how else you're getting like 6 covers.
Look at this transparent paper where you could see the nuclear trefoil underneath.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Cogs
kind of a
and
play,
stuff, math.
a play on the cover.
Yeah.
The photo on Mars, but updated for this one.
Vitruvian Man. If this is covers, man, it's pretty gaudy. And it feels, honestly, it feels perfectly French, because a lot of the French editions I got from my various books, like WYSIWYG, nominated for all kinds of awards for our original cover, and the French they just had like this like portraits of the character with like patches on his eye and like all this. It's like, man, that's a way worse cover.
This is some good stuff here. Rorschach's origin, but then also like flying that pirate flag. Very striking, I feel like, this collection of images.
The end is nigh. Very important.
It is interesting to see like the painted versions of these. In some ways, it's almost like innovation.
Right,
the
yeah.
publisher or
yeah,
something
yeah.
like that would do some really painted covers, and without that black line, it's different.
Because I'm guessing that it's 100% Dave Gibbons. You think?
It looks like Dave Gibbons' drawings. I have no idea about the color.
Right.
Especially on some of this stuff would be, I don't know, it's pretty complex, whatever they're doing, if it's all airbrush or a combination of mixed media or something. But like the characters themselves all look fantastic. And I think that's definitely Dave Gibbons' drawing. The weight, the figures.
Yeah,
so distinct.
That's undeniable.
Super clean though, it's not like he was doing this as an ink drawing. It looks like they're designed for this kind of open line to go ahead and go in there with color or paint.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. We'll have to maybe reach out, see if we can get an answer on whether he was responsible or if Higgins colored him. I don't know. It just looks so different, the painted parts in the background. It's hard for me to place. It's possible they did it. It's neat, too, like recycling these bits of cover.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that this is inherent to her character,
right?
But it maybe makes sense if it's volume 5 of a 6-volume collection. That's pretty great. Arctic Night Owl, gotta love it. Look, this has
color pencil?
think color pencil, yeah.
Yeah, even with the like lines on the head. Yeah, very curious.
So colorful. If these are in fact some kind of French cover, I'd be curious even like with logo trade and stuff, like how that whole thing fits as a cover. But amazing to see this stuff, and it speaks to again just the runaway success of Watchmen, because I don't know that a lot of DC books are going to France for their editions.
Right, certainly not at that time.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And you get some sense like that they were out of control, the creative team, because like the clocks stay the same, and that's never the case like on the issues or whatever. That, you know, they had so much graphic design power in the American.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, no, they don't. Oh no, yeah, they do a little bit, little bits. They moved to midnight a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, awesome set. Like I said, I do not remember seeing this.
No, never.
Anywhere. So a very cool object. And man, one more piece of like Watchmen, even at the time. You know, it's 86 is your copyright on here. So this is not like something that is the book gained steam over the years that comes to be like. This is once that book started publication, it was like a phenomenon.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you, Radimus. Appreciate that.
Yeah, totally.
And I hope everybody at home enjoyed that.
Yeah, someone sent us the Watchmen RPG game source book, and it has like backstories and like fleshed out stuff from Alan Moore about the characters and things.
Yeah, I remember that a little bit. Never played it or anything, but it's interesting that there's extra Alan Moore work out there on the Watchmen property.
Yeah, dude, getting as many bites of that apple as can be.
Yeah, you can see why friction might come up as you start to see this stuff rolled out internationally and watches and role-playing games, and I don't know if those guys got paid for all of that stuff or not, but if not,
as McFarlane said, you don't even give me a copy of that t-shirt. Good to go?
I am.
That's it.
Let me share some stuff with you before I forget. Do you post the intros on Drive?
Yeah, and I'll send you that link. You'll have it by the time you're at the crib. I'm gonna close your thing down so that I know which iPad. So I'm gonna pull up this iPad.
I'm gonna see if I can send you two of these at once.
You can. Yeah, they're small. I sent you two at a time. Excellent. Good session, Jimmy.
Yeah.
And I guess no more lapel mics. No more lapel mics for the stream.
I can't believe that it does that.
Yeah.
It's so interesting whenever you hit the limits of some of this stuff.
Because it's two separate, like Wi-Fi is not, they're just colliding in the air.
Yeah, I guess.
Something. Boom, there it is.
All right, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Fun hanging out all year. And hope everybody has a great holiday.
2024 is going to be a wild year for Kayfabe, man. Lots of cool stuff planned. And, we'll try to hit those marks.
Yes. Yeah, build on this year. It's been a heck of a year.
Yeah.
We'll reflect on that some next week, but man, what a year. Can't believe that we are getting to the end of it.
Yeah, it's wild. It's been a crazy year for me. And, looking forward to the fresh, looking forward to the new. And, man, it really did fly by.
I hate to be that old guy that says that, but it's so true.
I definitely make use of every day. I really, really do. But it really accelerated pretty quickly somehow.
Whenever you're busy, time flies. I still have my videos from last week. Usually I delete them.
Yeah, good policy.
I'm surprised that it didn't have any issues with space. All right. Well, I think we're all clear then.
Yeah, we're square. I'll grab mail next time.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Cheers. We'll start getting these videos to you guys right away.